Leopards have spots. Snow leopards have rosettes, which are basically just fancy spots.
Yeah, they stole that from other cats as well. They have nothing original.
Being the fastest land mammal is not original?
No, humans are the fastest land mammal because we have motorcycles.
Well...
There are things
And if
faster
I-
than motorcycles.
and
I
listen.
feel like there's just so many things.
right.
to argue.
If you're, there's so much wrong with this. If you're going to
It's
use
a
the tools
catch-22.
argument, we have like ballistic
If you
cruise
put a
missiles.
cheetah, yeah, but listen, that fits my point. If you put a cheetah on a motorcycle, they stole that from humans. They can't. There's nothing original in a cheetah.
we stole motorcycle.
Are motorcycles natural?
You know,
Yes.
Do you know my favorite fact about cheetahs?
What's that?
They very, very often have twins,
Yeah.
and I think that's fun.
Do you know what my favorite fact about cheetahs is?
That they invented the motorcycle.
They invented the motorcycle. No, it's that there are literally 0 recorded incidents of a human being killed by a cheetah.
Because of that pact.
That's weakness.
No,
There are
we
birds that
made a
killed
pact
humans.
with them a long time ago.
We have an old agreement with the cheetahs. Speaking
I
of
can
old
show you
agreements,
I'm pretty sure that spiders are the fastest creature on the earth.
tempted to agree.
I know that they're like very short, kind of like sprint runners, but I think if you extrapolated that out, they're faster than a cheetah.
I'm trying to remember. I think the fastest animal relative to its body size is some like jumping bug of some sort. I forget what it is.
Yeah.
It's going to be an ant.
No way.
Oh, for sure.
No, it's definitely a spider. Look at how many legs it's got.
Fastest
about a hummingbird?
animal relative
Might be a
to size.
stick, like something flying. Probably.
I don't know what it's some kind of bug. I'm looking at it and I don't appreciate it.
Fastest animal relative to its body size is the Parataurosodomus macropalpus. It's a mite. Yeah, it's a bug. Oh, God.
322 body lengths per second.
Jesus.
Yeah, I really don't like. I don't mind bugs. I try to appreciate them, but I don't like the ones that are animated on a different frame rate from us.
Yeah, this mite is really awful. It has all of the worst parts of a spider, but somehow worse.
Guess what? There's 3 of them in your eyelashes right now.
Probably. Oh, God. This
Welcome
is
to
awful.
Wildfolk.
Hello, welcome to Wildfolk. It's episode 41. We're back with the group of the old growth. We left off in the middle of combat. As a quick recap, you guys have been exploring this place, discovering that it is tainted by some sort of foul presence. You found several shrines that were illusory shrines added to this place later by an organization, a cult perhaps, that has come to study and interact with this place. I forget exactly how much you guys knew about this, but I know Baby Boy knew a lot and told you guys a lot about it. As this was all going on, you had occasionally been talked to, mocked, by some sort of a thorny creature whose face emerged from the walls of thorns all around this place. And finally, as you found the last shrine, it emerged and essentially told you it could not let you continue, and that you had to die. Combat started. It's been a little hairy. It's been gross. There are 3 or 4 of these little trickster fox-like spirits that are going around batting people and also trying to charm them, which temporarily works, sort of, on Fetch. But he has eventually kind of snapped out of it, come to, and although he understands that these spirits are bad, is still trying to, stabilize them, show some respect towards them. Meanwhile, as all this is going on, the weird, thorny witch thing herself has been cordoned off behind a wall of wood that Foster has shaped, helping to contain the weird pollens that she is trying to spread all over, which have been making everybody violently sick. Let's see, is there anything else big? Ruko, I know you were still driving / finishing dinner, but you have a held turn. You can essentially jump in whenever you want and take a full turn, and then also your real turn is coming up soon. Let's see, is there anything else going on that was super urgent? I don't think anybody had active buffs. Fetch is disguised currently in his little fox form.
I look like one of the creatures.
You look like one of the critters. Got a cool little mask on. Cool. I think that's it. Let me pull this over.
The thorns have Needle of Vengeance on them if they
Oh,
can.
yes,
That's the only thing I could think of. But
Yes, absolutely. That is still up. Wonderful. Okay, that brings us to the top of the round, and at the top of the round, there is a flaming whoosh as purple light streaks over the battleground, and this time there is an actual roar that emerges from this thing. As the roar emerges, Ruka would probably be the first to see that kind of crawling out from some of the crevices in the cave here is a little hand, the size of a human hand roughly. And it looks at you with an eye embedded into its palm. And you watch as a green mark, one that you've seen before, the mark of the Desolate King, appears around that eye. Its eye goes fully green, and it uses its whole turn to skitter past you.
Ew.
Yup.
We love that.
Skitter, skitter, skitter. Skitter,
Could
skitter.
I use my held turn to blast it or something?
Absolutely, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Oop, okay.
I got those little mage thingies. The kablamo, bammo, shoot them.
Perfect.
Words.
Target.
Seen
Faithful.
that before? Yeah, faithful.
That is a nat 6 for a 12, which does hit.
Oh.
It's just a little guy.
If it keeps moving, I'm gonna hit it with map. Hopefully. Wait, can I even do that?
The spell
I
takes
can't.
2 actions, so you have 1 action left, which you could use on just a melee attack. Let's see, 8 points of damage. Actually, it only takes the 1 blast to kill it. So you have an action left over if you want to run out towards your friends, or you can just kind of chill. It's your call.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like maybe if I'm isolated, I want to be near my friends.
Okay, wonderful. Let me go ahead, now that the held turn is done, let me kind of narrate in cinematic time what this looks like. This little hand, with a little bone sticking out from the wrist and an eye embedded into its palm, starts to scurry out with a mark of the Desolate King on it. It seems to not really care about the fight that was going on here. It seems like it was just trying to get out. It was trying to, respond to the roar that it heard. Ruko smashes it down. As it collapses, you guys see this enormous critter once again starts to swoop down and lower its long skeletal tail towards the hand, like it was going to give it an airlift sort of deal. Sees that it dies and swoops back up into the air over this. That is its entire turn.
excuse me?
And that brings us to the Doppelweiler, who's stuck behind this wall. Oh, what can you do? Wall is a pain. I don't know if this is how it really works, but I think she was just trying to... Oh, can she do this? Hang on. Yeah, I don't know how this works out of character, but she's going to try it. She's going to try to just destroy the wall. She's going to start, bashing her body into it. I'm going to hope that it can be damaged or destroyed. We'll find out very soon. It's a nat 22 to hit. And let's go look up... Was this called Shapewood?
That's what I was just looking at. Yeah, shape wood. It should be destroyable. It's just wood. There's nothing magical about it.
Shape Mars 2 critical kings this week. Okay, wonderful. Let's go find out how much health and AC Wood had. Oh, bless, it's right here. Okay. Wood. Hardness 5, 20 health, broken threshold 10. That gets reduced to 9. She needs another strike. It has 11 health left. That gets reduced to 12. So with 2 of her actions, she is able to just bash a hole through this wood. And she'll use her third action to just kind of step out through. That's all she can do on her turn. However, the spores do begin to flood this chamber once again. And that brings us, Ruko, to your proper turn. At the start of the turn, starting inside of these spores, I need a fort save. Double checking.
Okay.
Can I just say, we did it here live. You have witnessed it. We have discovered how much wood have if wood had wood. Basically. Oh, I messed that up.
It was close. We got the idea. Ruko rolls a natural 6 for a failure and becomes sickened 2.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We love that.
Now, what does that do? Does that, like, remove all my turns and kill me, or...?
No, so let's see. You can try to get rid of it at any time by spending an action to ret. But as long as you remain sickened, you essentially just have a -2 to all of your rolls. And you can't willingly drink or eat anything, but I don't think that's going to matter right now.
I can't roll higher than 10s normally. This is bad. Okay. Line of sight. I can't see anything right now. So what is
Right.
he?
So you're kind of standing next to Foster, who looks very hurt. Tex is a little far away. He looks extremely hurt. Fetch and Sketch are kind of doing their things. Fetch is a little hurt. Sketch looks like he's in great shape. Most pressing to you, there's the Witch, which is about 15 feet away from you, and 2 of the little fox bastards that are attacking Foster very close to you.
Okay. Well, if I can get out of the spores somehow, so I don't get quadruple sickened or whatever, I'll try that first. I feel like that's
Certainly.
reasonable.
With one action, you can run deep enough back into the cave where the crawling hand was that you would be out of this aura for next turn.
Oh, okay. Okay. And would I still have a good shot at something in the room if I go back there?
Yeah, even from back there, you would be in range for another phase bolt. You could hit like either the Witch or one of the 2 small fox things.
Wait, witch seems really scary, and probably bad. So I'm gonna shoot the witch.
All right, wonderful. Let's see.
Wild gagging. he wants to retch, but gotta aim. Natural 6.
That's a natural 17, which is a hit.
Wow. Whoa. Okay. Cool.
Bolt flies out, 11 points of piercing damage, and then use the last action to run back into the cave.
Yeah.
Perfect. That brings us to Foster.
Hate this. Fort save, you said?
Yes, you have a +1 to this because it is disease, I think, technically. Yeah, it is. That is a success. You are totally fine.
Sweet, and I'm immune to it, Brad. I'll go up and read in a second. Boy, I'm in a pickle, and I'm out of resources. Let's do a cute little electric arc, targeting the two foxes next to me.
Wonderful. One of them saves for half, the other one fails and takes full damage. Excellent. Both of their hair kind of stands on end. Lightning continues to crackle between the fur as it bristles. You have one action left.
Okay, with my last action, I'm gonna cast a cantrip onto the Dolbuat.
Excellent.
Let me find it.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, target must attempt a will save. They are a plant. It takes a -1 penalty to this save. Here we go. That is a failure.
So, -2 stats penalty to try and attack me, and it becomes sickened 1 each time it damages me.
Shit. Alright, good to know. Excellent. I believe that's all 3 actions. That brings us to Tex.
One more thing.
Oh, yep.
Sorry, when I cast a hex spell, I am going to have Eeltwoad. I'll give her Tremor Sense, and I guess just have her skirt around and see if she feels anything else crawling through the branches. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. Go ahead and... does she get any independent actions on her own as a witch familiar?
She has independent the trait right now.
Sick. Okay. So essentially she's going to use 1 action to sort of move around and 1 action to seek. Go ahead and give me a perception check. That is incredibly good. Yieldwood does a little bit of kind of trying to feel things out to see if there's anything else is hidden around here. What's the range on this? 60 feet.
60 feet, and she can point something out for free. Or point out as a free action, I should say.
Okay. Wonderful. The first thing that Ildwood is able to kind of tell is that there are a number of these little hands, or at least small critters, that tap on their... the tapping matches a hand that is skittering along the ground. There are a number of them that are kind of coming out of the woodwork all around this garden. None in this particular chamber, but like there's one over kind of here, there's one out by this tree. And all of them seem to be rushing towards this ball of purple fire, as if they are all being called to the ball of purple fire. However, the most pertinent thing that Ildwood notices is that there seems to be sort of a scuffle going on the other side of this wall of thorns.
I hate it.
Where Mephistoff and Thalia were. On a 21, it seems less like a combat and more like somebody is trying to escape a grapple.
Got it.
Yep.
Being fucking kidnapped. I'm gonna lose my mind.
That brings us to Tex.
Okay. So, 1,000 years ago, when I was briefly able to join in for this,
Right.
I hit one of these things with my cunning rune, and I did a recall knowledge.
Yes.
I have a question.
Hit me.
Pertaining to these things.
I love it.
They are fox-like in appearance.
Yes.
Do I feel like they take on any fox-like traits as entities?
Is there a specific like do they smell bad? Do they what are you fishing for? What are you trying to find out if they do?
Like, are they foxes?
Oh boy. They're not like actual beast animal foxes. Let me check and see if they even have the animal trait real quick. They're not. They're fully fey. So they look like foxes, but they are no more a real fox than a foxfolk person would be.
Okay. This doesn't really answer my question.
Yeah, if you're drilling down to like a specific thing.
Yeah. I have a thing that I've held on to since the beginning of the campaign. But I have a thing of animal repellent for dogs.
I have to be so careful here because I'm essentially setting the precedent for whether this would work on like Argus or other foxfolk, right?
Right. It's very okay to say like, no, this.
I do like this.
This has actual like mechanical consequences. So.
Sure. I like the idea that like maybe Tabaxi are a little affected by catnip. Boy. Oh boy. You know what? As is customary, let's determine the canon lore with the roll of the die. Give me a D100, and essentially the higher it is, the better it works on not animal fox-like humanoids and other creatures. Classic, right in the middle, forcing me to make a decision. They will notice it. It'll be slightly smelly. It's almost like, an open garbage can that's been sitting out in the hot sun for a little too long. They're not going to be repulsed and sickened, but I wouldn't like mechanically damage them, but they're certainly going to find it unpleasant. They'll find it gross.
Okay. I won't waste my time on it.
Okay, yeah.
That does pose a little bit of a problem for me, though, because now I don't know what to do with my turn.
Oh, no.
Well, I'm really fucked up. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tap Vitality.
Seems wise.
Good idea.
So yeah, Tex gets a little bit more snarly as he does. And I guess I'll have I seen this Twiggy thing do anything? Or is this brand new?
It's had a couple rounds of combat. Essentially, the big thing that it's done is it got out. It made this big wall of thorns to like trap you guys in here, and then it started emitting these aura of spores that have been making everybody really sick. Oh, and actually, I do need a fort save from you. I forgot to do that at the start of your turn. You're good. You are done being sick. You have had enough sickness for the past 48 hours. Your body simply is not having. Apart from that, you've seen that she has used her claws. She's very dangerous and aggressive that way. You've seen that she's like tried to do some other spells, but essentially everybody's been doing a really good job of keeping her locked down. She has not had the chance to do much yet.
Okay. Is this hand ours, or is that...
It is not ours. It seemed to be called by the roar of Witherwing and was trying to come out to it to like get an airlift. But Ruko shot it down as soon as it emerged. It's actually dead. Why is it not showing up dead?
Okay.
There we go. The international symbol for dead.
Well, in that case, I'm going to do the only thing that I can really do, I think. I'm just going to take a move action. Come over here, and these things are so tanky, right? The fox things?
They do seem to be a little harder than you would suspect based on how small they are. But one is dead and the other one is almost dead.
Then I'm going to go for the almost dead one. It means I don't get sneak attack, unfortunately, but...
Or stable, I should say. Fetch stabilize the first one. That's a critical hit.
Oh.
Cool.
My crits aren't that good.
It doesn't have that much health, though.
My crits aren't that good, he says. Yeah. I don't know how you want to do this, but whatever you do to it, it, like, explodes. You can do this however you want, essentially.
That actually... I don't know why it has that precision damage in there. Is this thing flat-footed for some reason?
It is. Why is it flat-footed? I have it marked. Oh, I think Sketch or... No, what was it? Somebody did something that leaves it flat-footed for a full round.
Oh, cool. Then yeah.
It might have been me.
I think it was Sketch, yeah. It was one of the twin. Yeah. Tell me what you do. How do you destroy this thing?
He's got his little, like, knife on a long string, and he just starts, tosses it out at this fox thing, and like guts it right in the throat.
Love that. Love that. I forget the name for, like, a blade on a chain, but I know that's a thing. This thing collapses. The mask kind of, like, clatters off. That's 2 actions. Oh, wait, 3 actions. You did Vitality. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, that brings us to...
He'll move attack.
The one that is kind of in the middle of all of you. Oh, boy, he just lost his flank. But Foster's really low.
Does he know that if he strikes me down, I'll just rise more powerful?
I don't think he knows that. I think he's going to try to attack Foster. Oh, wait, no, you've been doing the Shape Woods. Okay, he's going to start with this, actually. He is going to kind of, like, clamber up your ribs, turn around, and try to brush his face, or his tail across your face. Does a 23 hits by 8. You take a little bit of bludgeoning damage, first of all, as he just smashes his tail against your face.
Wait, don't do that. We can be friends, it's fine. We can be friends, don't do that. I'm going to... I swapped out Twist the Knife, because it's a terrible, terrible thing.
Yep.
And I have a Glimpse of Redemption instead. Yeah, it is bad for me, because you've already made bleed damage, so it's pointless to add 2 points of bleed damage when you can do so much more. Anyway, I need it to decide whether it wants to become enfeebled and Foster gets resistance to the damage, or none of the damage happens and the attack doesn't happen.
That's sucks. Obviously, it still wants to do the damage, and in fact, the damage isn't the important part of this. So it becomes enfeebled 2. And that also means that you guys level, what, 6? So that damage is reduced from 13 to 7 points of bludgeoning. Let's see, enfeebled 2. However, the important part is as this tail kind of smacks across your face, there are weird visions that begin to flash through your mind. I imagine probably what actually flashes through your mind is racing thoughts about what's going on the other side of this thorn wall. Thoughts of Thalia and Mephistoph, like grappling. Thoughts of Witherwing trying to snatch up all of these weird hands. I need you to give me a will save, Foster.
Can do.
Wonderful.
I'll use a hero point.
Damn.
Seems like
We
a good
have
idea.
them.
That is a success. You are able to shake off these images.
Thank God.
Oh
Well-
god, stupefied does not seem like a fun thing.
No, stupefied is very gross for casters. Seeing a sketch kind of got in the middle of all that, it's going to use its second action to turn to sketch. You watch as it kind of like locks eyes with you, and then kind of tilts its head suddenly to the side. And I need you to give me a will save, sketch.
Oh god, how do I roll saves? Where are they?
I think here, I'll just do this so you can click it.
Brick it. Oh, he bricked it!
It's your fault. I'm using my hero point.
How's it my fault?
Because you called it out.
I
You
told him
jinxed
not
me.
to!
No, yeah, you jinxed me by telling me not to. It's your fault.
Oh, son of a bitch.
See, so much better if I do it.
All right. You can feel this, like, very subtle kind of fur standing on end. There's, like, a cold chill that runs down your spine. It's not really clear what was about to happen to you, but it was clearly doing some sort of magic on you, but you were able to fight off that effect. With its third action, it's just gonna try to punch you. None of its cool stuff worked. It's gonna just see if it can hit you in the face. That does hit. 20 to hit on sketch. For 12 points of bludgeoning damage. That brings us to Baby Boy.
They're so cute, but they're so mean.
Do I need to start off my turn with the save?
Yes, you do. And also, you're very quiet. I think your mic might be up.
Sorry, my mic was up. Do I need to start off my turn with the save?
Yes, fort save, please.
And I get the bonus. Do I get a bonus for my mask?
You do. I think it's a +1 from your mask?
Yes. I just want to make sure.
DC was 16. Do you guys see the number, by the way? On that fort save? Or does it just say fortitude save?
It just says fortitude save.
Weird. I just realized that on my screen it shows the number, and on the stream it only shows fortitude save. Apparently the DCs are hidden from you guys. Interesting. Either way,
What does Sicken do against? I might use mine.
it's basically a -2 to all checks until you take some time to retch.
I only puked once today, so I'm gonna re-roll.
There we go. That is a success because of your mask. Your mask knocks it over. And because you've saved once, you're now immune to this for 24 hours.
Oh, perfect. All right. Oh boy, can I see the giant creature from where I am?
Absolutely. It seems to be kind of like doing a patrol around this place, swooping down every now and then. If you want to
Okay,
get like
so it's not
more
like-
specific information, I would need an action for a perception check.
Okay, so it's not just like sitting next to above
Correct.
that.
Yeah,
Right
we're
now.
kind of frozen because turn-based combat, but it's moving.
I gotcha. All right, then I'm going to attempt to be spooky. I'm going to try to do double what?
This is against her will save.
Nope. Maybe.
Yeah, will DC. Yeah. But it's your check against her DC, not the other way around, yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck. That
Thanks.
is a success.
For some reason, subtle threat is always toggled on instead of defaultly being toggled off. So I always have to like toggle it off.
Gotcha. I'll see if I can take a look, see if there's a way to make it off by default.
Cool. He is frightened. Just one. Perfect. And then I'm going to do an attack. I'm not going to aim it though. I don't have the health. Ooh, that's a miss.
That is a big old miss.
Well, that's me.
All right. That brings us to Thalia. Whoop. Forgot to PW all this. Well, it's a nat 20 anyway. I will keep that, but lower it. How appropriate. Foster, would you please give me a D20 plus 7? And you kind of want low. Wonderful.
Oh, I'm lagging real bad. Did that go through?
It did. It was a nat 16 for 23 total.
Okay, cool.
Ildwood feels that the tussle that's going on the other side of the thorns breaks. There is a quick scurrying of feet, and then you can all hear splashing. Somebody kind of like runs through this pond. That brings us to Fetch.
Sound like Kermit feet.
But if they were bone?
But if they were bone?
I've been struggling. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. So like, I've stabilized this Vuldra.
Yes.
And I've like pulled out what I consider to be all of its corrupted guts, and I've like stuffed it full of other things.
Right.
I think.
That's what you think, yeah.
But it's completely unconscious. It's like not reacting.
It is. It's breathing, but it seems like it is just unconscious. It'll probably take a couple minutes to wake up.
Do I get the sense that it's like no longer corrupted?
I don't know if I can give that to you for free. If you want to take an action to study it, you could give me like nature or occultism or whatever your best like magic check is.
Pretty sure I'm out of spell slots. But I can cast a first rank spell with a second rank slot, right?
So I won't make you spend like mana on it. It's just going to take an action to study it.
I'm just going to pick it up with heal.
Okay, excellent.
But I can't click the heal button because my first rank spells are spent. I have a second rank slot.
Okay, excellent.
I'm going to do it the 3-action version of heal and catch this guy to see if he's like cool now, and I'm also going to catch a couple of teammates as well.
Perfect. Of note, with the 3-action, it is a burst that heals everything in range. It is not pick and choose.
Oh, nuts. All right, I'll do the 1 action on the Vulture then.
Okay, understood. With the 1 action heal, go ahead and give me 2d8 since it's upcast.
Six.
All right, you see this thing inhales a deep breath, kind of looks up, sees you, and cocks its head, realizing like, I'm not dead, essentially.
You good?
It nods as you pick it up. Does it? Boy, oh boy. It looks to you to get a quick sense of like what the vibe is. Are you still fighting? Like what are you doing? What impression are you trying to give it as it comes back to consciousness, looking like one of its allies?
Right now I'm studying it to see if it's like still evil.
Its instinct, you can tell when you bring it up, is to jump to its feet and rejoin the fight against everyone but not you. Essentially, it seems like it wants to go help the witch thing. That seems to be the first thing on its mind as it comes up. It's a little confused. It doesn't recognize you, but it seems to believe that you're friendly.
My dreams are dashed, and my time has been wasted. So in that case, what I'm going to do is pop down here. I'm going to use a move action.
I'm going to throw a little more free at you. It looks susceptible. It does kind of look at you to see what you're doing as well. But that's its initial instinct once it comes back to life. It's just like any of you. If you go unconscious and then suddenly come back to consciousness and see that there's a fight happening, your instinct would be to rejoin the fight.
Sure. I'm like kind of jumping around and shaking my hands and like pointing at Doublewatt. I also don't seem to be able to move. Oh, because I'm on the ruler.
Oh, yeah, that do.
So I'm going to move. I'm going to use my move action to come here. That's my second action.
All right.
This sets me up to flank with Sketch to give him a little bit of sneak attack on Doublewatt. I'm going to, I think, dismiss the wild shape. And I believe that's a free action, if I'm not mistaken.
That might be true. I am still learning. Let's. I don't see it right away, but I'll just say a free action for now, and I'll look it up in a sec.
I need a ruling because I need to know if I can stab.
I gotcha. Let me find out then.
I'm going to go ahead and stab just in case.
Sure.
We're going to do snagging strike.
Okay.
That solves that. That's my turn.
Yeah, there we go. That solves that for now. I'll look it up in between turns. That does bring us to the one that you just got up. Boy, oh boy. It's so confused. It just saw you bring it back to life, but then it saw you attack the witch. You know what? I think the simplest way to do this is to just make it confused.
There you go.
Actually, can it help you? Yeah, it can help. Okay. First of all, it heals a little bit, because that's what they do. It's going to use an action to stand up, an action to run over to you. And it is going to place a hand on you, and it is doing some sort of a magical effect to you. What do you do?
Like, what's the connotation? Like, is it like, does it have like a witch claw coming at me cackling, or is it like a gentle, like, oh, here, glowing green? So you see that I can insight.
It kips up real quick, and it runs over, and you start to see visions of a green, grassy, pleasant meadow, and a feeling of warmth kind of come over your mind. And obviously, you interpret that however you want. That just happened to you earlier, and then they shoved you into a thorny wall this time. Give me a perception check. We'll put it to dice.
But I have faith in the good nature of spirits.
Okay, do you just accept
this one's no longer corrupted, I think, maybe.
Wonderful. You gain a magical effect. Double check how this is worded. Anytime in the next minute, you can essentially have advantage on a check of your choice, as you are momentarily imbued with good luck.
Wow.
That is all three of its actions, and that saves it the trouble of trying to decide if what he did is a mistake. That brings us to all of the various crawling hands.
Was that a manipulate action?
What a great question. Let's find.
It is called Manipulate Luck, but I don't see it. Okay.
It is. It is a curse and primal. I flavored it as touching, but it doesn't look like it actually has manipulate.
All right.
Let's see. Yieldwood senses a whole bunch of these crawling hands all rushing out of the woodwork over towards Witherwing. And each time they approach, it like swoops down low. You see it extends its tail, and then it like airlifts them back up. It comes over this way, does a pick this way, does a pickup, and starts to swing back over this way towards the other side of the thorn wall. That brings us to Sketch.
Okay. Should be a quick turn. I'm gonna step here, and then gonna pull out the fire knife. I've decided it's like obsidian and kind of has some carvings on it that kind of look like they're filled with magma. But either way, that magma's gonna light up real quick, and I'm going to cast ignition on the witch here.
Shit.
Since it's a melee attack, these will be 2d6s or d6s instead of d4s.
All right.
Ooh, 17.
17 is a hit.
Cool.
Also, I can't remember. Have you already saved against the pollen?
I want to say I did because I had the mask. I can check real quick.
Yeah, we'll find it. Either way, it doesn't change. It wouldn't change this into a miss. 16 points of fire damage as flames begin to lick up around the bark of this thing, leaping through all of its kind of interspersed thorns. Oop, your mic's up.
I think it is frightened. I don't know if that lowers its AC or not.
It does, yep.
Okay.
It is frightened and flat-footed, which lowers it from like a 18 or a 19 all the way down to a 15.
Oh, hot damn.
Cool. That is all 3 of my actions, though.
All right, wonderful.
Does the fire seem to do extra damage because it's made out of wood?
It seems to be fully effective, but not weak to fire.
Darn. Okay.
And as a reminder, I know it's been 2 weeks of real-life time. Ruko has called out that these things are weak to cold iron because they are fey. I don't know if anyone has cold iron, but...
Did I? That would have been great to know.
Sure did. You did a knowledge check.
Spell?
I know you were kind of in and out last week, too.
Is cold iron a spell, or is it like a...
Cold iron is a material. Yeah, it's a material that is good against the fey.
I need some...
Like legally distinct silvered weapons, basically, right?
Essentially, yeah. Although it is not silvered, silvered also exists. That's good against like certain undead and vampires, but cold iron is good against fey.
I could fake having silver by using a silver, but I don't think I can fake having cold iron.
Yeah. Foster also, I think, figured this out because he fired that like moonbeam thing, which also counts as cold iron.
Weird.
That brings us to another dragon's turn.
Dragon?
You can all see as Witherwing swoops back towards where Mephistoff and Thalia were and lowers itself down, and you see its tail begin to extend downwards for an airlift. There is a rustling of leaves and a sudden gust of wind as a large shape bursts up from the water.
I really hope she's here to help.
And Afef is going to try to grab Witherwing.
What?
She misses. Second action, try one more time. Misses again. That sucks. She's done what she's tried to do. That brings us to the Doblat. Oh god, she's finally free. She's in the middle of all of you. Her time has come. What can she do?
Die.
She can eat shit and die, yeah.
each creature. All right, we're going to see if this spell sucks in Pathfinder or not. Oh my god, it's a 5-foot burst. She can hit so many things. Is she immune to this? No, she sure isn't. Okay, all right. Let's see what this looks like. Alright, she's going to use one action to step back. That's essentially a disengage, no opportunity attack. And then she's going to use 2 actions. She reaches into her chest and pulls out this light blue clump of pollen spore and blows it into an area that hits Fetch and Tex. Fetch and Tex, you guys start to immediately feel this drowsiness come over you. I need both of you to give me will save.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Not again.
Fetch is not having any of this shit.
Before that, I'm gonna take my attack of opportunity on her.
Her first action was a step, a disengage.
I don't give a shit. She just used a manipulate action, and I have a 10
Oh
foot
my
reach,
god,
bitch.
son of a bitch! It's oh
Yeah,
my
eat
god.
my
Oh, thank Christ! Thank God!
I'll hear it like that.
No!
Get fucked.
Son of a bitch! That is a critical hit. Oh boy! 18 points of damage. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't a critical hit a full disrupt?
I don't know.
Let me go find out. Attack of opportunity. This just came up in the other team too, so I'm checking. If your attack is a critical hit and the trigger was a manipulate action, you disrupt that action. Son of a bitch.
There you go. Matt Mercer, if you're in the chat, can you confirm?
Yeah, she starts to cast a spell, and you simply are not having that shit. You lash out, do 18 points of critical damage, interrupt the spell, and she needs a fort save to begin against being slow. She fails that too and becomes slowed.
Ow.
But, well, that's her turn, Ruko.
Boy, oh boy, I can't see anything, so I'm gonna do a thing. Move. Oh! Okay. There's a lot going on in there. Hey, that was 1 foot movement.
You could have gone back wherever you wanted. If you wanted to maintain line of sight, you could have started there instead of behind the pillar. It's your call.
Okay, that tracks. I feel like he would have been here so he can see what's going on.
Yeah, I just kind of dragged you over there because you were still in the car, but I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, thank you. Alright, so I'm starting here. Now, I'm going to measure Fuck. I have to move. No, wait, do I? Who's there? Let's fetch. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Fuck. That could just be... Okay. I think everyone's within 30 feet, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I sort of...
Yeah, that gets everybody here within 30 feet except Baby Boy, who's like around the corner over here.
Okie dokie. Well, let's whip out some weird enchanted nonsense. I'm gonna find the item and... I don't know if I can roll this, but there's an effect on this thing, so take a look. Ruko rolls around the corner, and he pulls out the cold iron fox glove. And he rings it.
Cold iron.
Imagine a wave of effect, a magical effect, will go out from 30 feet of me and coat everyone's weapons, if they're willing, to transmute it into cold iron for 8 hours.
Ooh. Fancy.
Wonderful. All of you guys essentially have cold iron weapons now if you accept Ruko's buff. That was 2 actions. You have 1 action left.
Wow.
Does it enchant all
I
weapons
moved,
on a person or just one?
Choose any number of unattended weapons. You can also choose items held or worn by willing creatures.
Damn. Cool.
Yeah. Alright, I moved though, so I think that's all my actions.
It's one action to move, one action to ring the bell, and then you have one left.
Oh, it's just a 1!
It's just one action.
Okay. Now I'm going to... Can I encourage people? You probably noticed a really cool, weird magical effect going on your weapons. You're like, what the heck? And so Ruko lets you know that it's fine by saying, fuck them up! And it's gonna cast a thing. Inspire Courage.
Alright. Excellent. Everybody gets a buff you can drag onto yourself. Foster, that brings it to you.
Boy, howdy. I'm very tempted to take out my garnish here and just start stabbing at this thing. But I do think it's probably still more effective to cast a spell. Let's do a Ray of Frost. Actually, fuck it. We'll do an electric arc on the Dobawat and this Bulger closest to me.
Wonderful. That is 2 successes for half. Each of them takes it. And you have one action left.
Stand by. Right. I will use one action. Is it an action to like take something out of my inventory, or can I just use something from like a potion from my inventory?
I think we've ruled that like getting an item out is a piddly action.
Okay.
So you get one freebie with our house rule.
Tight. I'll use one action then to take one of these soothing tonics. And then with my last little bit here, I will do a focus point and cackle to maintain wilding word on the double watt.
Oh, excellent.
That is all 3 actions.
Perfect. That brings us to Tech.
Well, I told this bitch to listen to Foster or she wouldn't like my deal. So
True.
I'm to finish this. I think I'm gonna do a step.
Alright.
And I'm gonna piddly action to regrettably, I'm sure you'll, if this doesn't work, I'm fucked. But I'm gonna pull the chain, grab it in my mouth, effectively switching to rapier mode. And then I'm gonna do a strike.
Hell yeah. Oh god. That's a hit. I'm trying to... is there any +1 happening here? You already got Inspired Courage in there. Attack potency and expert dexterity. She is not flat-footed. Okay, that is a hit. Not quite a crit. For 11 plus another 5 from Cold Iron, up to 16.
And then I'm going to do a map attack, but I'm going to make it a combat grab.
Okay.
So just kind of leap onto her shoulders and stab a sword in.
That is another hit. For another 15.
And she's grappled by me.
Shit. She looks to be in very bad shape. I believe that is all 3 actions. That brings us to Volta. Gotta help Master. Gotta help Master. Oh, he's frightened and enfeebled. This, okay. We're gonna do one action step to flank.
I don't believe he's frightened anymore. I think it was only frightened once. So I think it goes away
Got it.
lessons by 1 each turn.
And we are going to try to... we'll do a tail lash on Tex first. See if he can get you on our side. That is a hit for 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Do you still have the resistance, baby boy?
No, I dropped that a while ago.
Okay, understood. And then as this thing whips its tail across your face, Tex, I need you to give me a will save, as your mind is filled with confusing images of yourself and Vettel and a bunch of other things. Ooh! 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 You become stupefied too. And then with Map, one more time with a fist.
You know I'm a fighter, right?
You have to say, like, Superfight doesn't really do anything to him.
Literally doesn't do anything to me.
I don't think it does that much. Yeah. I think maybe it thinks you're familiar or something. Either way, it does punch you for another 14 points of bludgeoning.
Good thing I healed.
It sure is. That brings us to Baby Boy.
Do I get the feeling that if this Jubawatt goes down, that these guys will, like, run away out of fear? Or does it seem like they're just going to, like, dig their feet in?
That's so hard to say. So you've definitely been watching everything Fetch is doing. Fetch also seems to be pushing that angle. He's trying to figure out, like, how independent these things are, how smart they are, how innately evil they are. Having watched what Fetch is doing, you can at least tell this one is having, like, doubts. He's having second thoughts. He seems to be independent and autonomous. He is a person. He seems mostly interested in protecting his master. Something that you probably are able to pick up on pretty easily. You imagine that the number one thing on his priority list is stop them from hurting his master. But apart from that, he's independent. He's sapient.
Understood. Alright, I'm going to attack the master then. Does grapple give me anything? Does that, like, make it easier to hit them?
She is automatically flat-footed. I think that's all it does at range, yeah.
Cool. I'm just going to do a regular wormhole assault.
That is a hit. For 12 points of piercing damage. That is enough. How do you do it?
I'm not going to try to, like, be as destructive as before. I'm just going to open up, like, 4 wormholes from me to her, and then I'm going to, like, hit her in the elbows and the knees, just kind of just, like, break her limbs so she can't move.
Yeah.
And just kind of knock her out that way.
There is a crunching of wood as all of her major ambulatory limbs begin to snap. The trunk begins to fall down. You've left her alive, presumably was the intent here, but she is completely out of the fight. She is unable to fight anymore.
And then I'm not really sure how I want to do this. Or how to do this. I want to make an intimidation check on trying to get them to, like, stand down.
I am into it. If you want to give me with your third action just a big demoralize check, you can give me an intimidate check.
Yeah, I don't know if it would also work with... Probably not well with... well, actually, I kind of want to do a subtle threat. Because then if it fails, it can't be a critical fail. But I guess I'd have to, like, come up with a subtle threat, huh? Or should I just... Or that could be, like, not a quick action.
It kind of... Boy. I'll let you do... I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure out how you could do this subtly. So the intent behind subtle threat is you kind of, like...
Yeah. It's
present
just like,
it
I guess,
as a friendly thing. If you can come up with an angle for how you threaten them to stand down, but do it in a way that seems non-threatening, I'll let you have it. It's kind of your call. Okay. Essentially, you would take a -1, but you can't critical fail. And I would want to hear, like, at least a little bit of an argument for how you make it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of how to say it in my accent. You should stand down. We're not your enemy here. He didn't want to talk. You should talk with us.
Okay, I'm into it. Yeah, go ahead and give me a demoralize check.
Alright.
I'm also going to say that because of all the work Fetch has done, you have a +2 to this. That count as your -1. So that goes down 1 to 15 and then back up to 17. Their will DC... Oh my god, it is 17. What about this guy? Also 17. Yeah! As the Doublewood crumble, you see that both of them kind of look sad and scared. And they realize, like, they're simply not strong enough for this, and they both kind of, like, put their hands up.
Cool.
I think that's all 3 actions.
Correct.
Alright, wonderful. As they surrender, and as the Dobelwat drops, you watch as all around you, the thorns begin to wither rapidly, flaking away into dry wood, peeling themselves off of the rock. That includes this most recently made one. But it also includes all of the stuff all around you. I don't have an alternate version of this map, but you watch as the thorns start to rapidly recede. And as the thorns to the south recede, you can all see very clearly now what is going on. Witherwing has a bunch of undead critters, mostly hands, that have crawled up along its long flowing tail and into its ribcage, seemingly unharmed by the fire. Thalia is frantically trying to grasp onto that tail so that she can climb up into it, and she has a big green mark of the Desolate King on her forehead. Her eyes look crazed. She looks to be under the influence of some spell. Afef is halfway submerged in the water, trying her best to grab onto Witherwing and keep him here, but failing. She is not having a very good time of it. And that brings us to Thalia's turn. Foster, I would like you to give me another d20 plus 7. You are trying for low. Low is good. You watch as Thalia finally grabs onto the tail and begins to shimmy her way up. But then Afef kind of swings a branch across. Witherwing rocks a little, and she lands. She goes flying and lands with a splash in the water over here. Fetch, your turn. It seems that the spirits have surrendered.
Oh, good. My job here is done. I don't actually know what the heck is going on with Witherwing or how to help them now, like, at this point.
That is totally fine. We can kind of drop-ish from initiative if you guys don't want to intervene, and that is completely reasonable. If you want to just hold your turn and see what happens, that's totally fine.
I'm going to go try to at least, yeah.
What does it seem like you're trying to do?
I'm going to run over and try to grapple Thalia. But I don't know if we need to be in combat for that.
We definitely need to be in combat.
Yeah, we'll stay in for a round and see how the next, 6 seconds unfold.
Okay, I'm gonna then in that case I'm gonna pick up this Voltra and cradle him, hold him.
Sure, yeah, he kind of lets you. He's confused, he's scared. But, imagine this from the other perspective. If you guys had just lost your leader to a bunch of monsters and then one comes over and just gently holds you, you're not going to fight back.
And that's an action?
Sure, yeah, we'll call it an action.
Great, then I can pick this other one up at my second action.
Yep, you got one of each arm.
Yep, and then I'm just gonna walk down here to check out the dragons.
All right, excellent. That brings us to the Voltra. Which one is this? This is the one that you helped. I think it's just gonna chill. It does not know what to do. It is just being compliant.
I don't either, buddy. We're in the same boat.
That brings us all the way down to Sketch's turn.
So Rousing Splash it doesn't rouse her from a weird effect, right? It says that it could help with persistent acid or fire damage, but it's the wrong. I don't think it'd help with.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just washing them with water. It would help with washing her off, but not. It doesn't have a mind cleansing effect that I know.
Okay, I don't believe it does. Oop, 1 second. I didn't mean to target myself. Stop it. I'll stride here with an action and just try to impose myself in between Thalia and the Witherwing.
Okay. Excellent. I dig.
And then I'll hold my one remaining action for next turn.
Perfect. That brings us back to the top. Oh, Oh, Witherwing, what do? You have a directive.
Guys, don't tell Narafi how ineffective I was, please.
Can I hold an action to try to grapple her if she walks by me, actually?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
I dig it.
Cool.
All right. Witherwing is being interrupted, ineffectually, but still, by effect. You watch as this flaming, elemental-ish, bird-like, snake-like shape looks down to effect. All of the fire that is kind of coating withdraws up towards its eyes, and then fires out as a beam of purple fire at Afef. Afef just begins to hiss and smoke and wail in pain as the bark and the leaves and the branches are engulfed in flame. It seems that Afef is incredibly vulnerable to fire. And then with its third action, Witherwing is going to fly way over this way. Oh my god, it goes even further. Boy, he's fast. That brings us to Afef. Afef is going to dunk down into the water. And disappear. That brings us back to Ruko.
I'm gonna barf.
That actually seems wise. So you use an action to do a fort save. And on a success, it lowers your sicken by 1.
Okie dokie. What, dude? What?
That is 1 success. Your sicken just dropped from 2 to 1.
Do I see any enemies? What's the volume?
So there are 2 of these little fox dudes that Fetch has in his arms. They seem to have surrendered. The main boss lady is dead. You can see that there is like a little, boy. She's not dead. She is essentially de-armed and legged. She's Black Knighted from Monty Python. There was a big fight between a couple of dragons going on, but Afef seems to have disappeared into the water after being set ablaze, and Witherwing seems to have kind of fucked off. It's unclear whether he'll be back or not. He moves very, very fast. Thalia is still mind-controlled and seems to be intent on chasing after Witherwing.
Huh.
We're still in initiative for a little bit, just to see how things go.
I mean, I have a liberating command, but that's only for actually physically being restrained. I want to help Thalia somehow. How can I do this? Well, Ruko looks around pretty confused, and it gets a little overwhelming, so he just barfs again.
That's completely reasonable. Just get it all out of your system.
A double.
That one is a fail.
I don't dry heave. Not in this house. Okay.
All right.
Well, there you go.
Brings us over to Foster.
All right. I'm going to use 2 actions striding over yonder. Is it an action to grapple or 2?
1 action.
I'll use an action to try and grapple.
All right. This is against your fort DC, which is bad. DC 13.
And I just make a fort check. Sorry, I don't know how.
Check.
That makes a lot more sense. Oh, don't worry, I'm also bad. Yep.
Yeah, she is able to just kind of pull herself free. She's moving so slowly in this water and has a long way to go, but she seems hell-bent on getting to Witherwing.
That's all my actions.
All right, that brings us to Tex.
Alright. I tear this thing's throat out.
Hell yeah.
And eat it.
fuck? Oh my god, I still haven't come up with mechanics for consuming other spirits. Right, I've got to do this. For now, go ahead and
it's not a daemon, so I assume
that's true.
But I...
you're just eating it to eat it.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. That's very Tex.
I tear it apart. I, fully rip its throat out and just devour part of it.
Hell yeah.
There's a bit of the, that kind of, greenish, ichor that kind of spills out of his body when he goes full resurgence. It's kind of, dripping out of his mouth.
Hell yeah. Spirit fiber. Yeah, it has that very, satisfying, slightly wet bark texture to it. Which, I don't know if that's actually satisfying. It just seems like it might be.
Satisfying?
It doesn't sound satisfying.
It has, a granola texture to it. I don't know, I feel like if I was a cat... chewing on slightly wet bark would be satisfying, but I don't know.
Now,
I'm not a cat.
If it was made out of plastic, he'd be all about it.
Yeah, I love chewing plastic.
Now, how long does it take for me to?
How much are you trying to eat?
I'm just trying to kill it, make sure it's dead.
Oh,
dead.
I understand. I believe 2 actions would be enough to force it straight to dying 4, so 2 actions would do it.
Perfect. Then I will use my last action to start stalking towards Fetch and his 2 babies.
Understood. The other one, who has not already bestowed luck, bestows luck on you, Fetch, getting the sense that maybe he's in trouble. But otherwise is compliant. He doesn't really have any other options. That brings us to Baby Boy.
Really, Tex? I'd be very careful not to kill him.
They had their chance.
Presumably, the thought of getting information is lost on you. How? So you say they can't see the dragon guy?
Yeah, he fucked off super fast. He's huge and a glowing ball of purple meteor light. You can see that he is way over here. There's glowing light from this direction.
Which direction?
Down to the southwest. Way over.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
This way.
Okay, gotcha. Does it look like Thalia's moving in any specific direction, or she's just
absolutely? She is trying to get this.
Get that way.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to pull out the wand that I got, and I'm going to cast darkness above her, so that she's not in it. So that the base of the 20-foot burst is probably 10 foot above her, so that if he does come to swoop down, he cannot see where she is.
I see. I understand.
And this is the special one. So if he ends his turn in it, he might become frightened.
All right.
It's darkness level 2.
Perfect. Wonderful. That brings us to Thalia.
I still actually I. Oh, that's 3 actions. Okay. Yeah, you're right. That's my turn.
All right. Thalia is going to stride, which triggers Sketch. You had a held grapple.
Yep. Good. I'm good at athletics too.
Fortissy is 13.
Point flip.
Hey, all right. You have got her grapple. So she is going to turn and use her second action to claw at you.
Hey, no, don't do that. Ow.
Oh my god, she actually hit. I'm so proud of her.
Women, am I right?
Hey-yo. Baba boy.
6 points of slashing. And then she will use her third action to try to escape. This is against your Fortissy? Pretty sure that's your Fortissy.
Wait, that's a save. I didn't mean to roll that.
It's okay. She rolled very low and failed anyway, so she is still grappled. That brings us to Fet.
How is it my turn to get already? I don't know what to do. Texas stop trying to kill me. I'm gonna carry my babies down here. I'm gonna like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Can I do like that?
Yeah, I'll say that because you're carrying 2 small creatures, you're moving at half speed.
Okay, I'll double move.
Alright, double move then.
Can I justify aiding Sketch's next grapple attempt using my feet?
Normally, I feel like it would be very reasonable to assist in a grapple, but with 2 arms already occupied, it is truly with your feet. I'll let you do it, but you're going to suffer a huge penalty. You're going to suffer a -4 penalty to your help check.
All right, tell you what. Well, my Vultures are cooperative. It appears to be the case. Like one of them can climb onto my shoulders, right? Maybe that'll help.
Okay. Do you set them down? Is that what you do?
No,
and see what they do on their own?
They're gonna. Tex is gonna eat them. I'm just gonna kind of like nudge one of them. Like, get up there. I need my arms.
Okay. The one that you helped is compliant. He's willing to like piggyback. The other one is like starting to get a little frantic. He's not really sure what's going on and is starting to think that maybe this is unsafe.
He's being football carried.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. Then that does leave 1 arm free that you can use your last action to help Sketch with.
Although, actually, I'm way better at athletics than he is. Maybe I should grapple her. What do you think, Sketch? Should I help you or should I try to grapple her?
Your hands look a little full with those spirits for some reason, so just fuck off. I already got her.
All right, I can use my action to F off. Like we can go somewhere else. I'll aid Sketch.
Perfect. Love the sibling rivalry. All right, that brings us to the Vuldra, who are continuing to be compliant, although they are looking nervously at Tex. They're very wary of what Tex is doing. You watch as Withering dips down, and a couple of extra... Oh, wait, we're over here now. It's way over here. I don't think anybody actually has a clear line of sight, but all of you can see over the hedge, at least. Withering, like, ducks down and stays there for a while. He doesn't pop right back up as he has been doing when picking up other undead.
Which direction is this?
Way down to the south in this, like, thorny... Yeah,
where we threw the corpses of the other ones.
Correct, yeah.
Oh.
All right. God damn it, Tex. All right, that brings us to Sketch.
I guess I'll pull her back this way, further away from Witherwing.
Perfect. I think in PF2, dragging an unwilling creature requires athletics checks along the way.
Okay.
So we're going to give me more athletics checks against that DC 13.
Also, there is an area above you that is darkness, so that you can't be seen if you stay within that circle.
It's okay, I accidentally dropped her immediately.
No, thankfully that's not quite a critical fail. You essentially, she just fights back and holds you in place. That is 1 action wasted.
Oh, okay.
And you can theoretically keep trying. You got 2 more if you want.
I'll keep trying. Do I feel like the darkness might be why Witherwing didn't come back?
Oh, boy. For free, it's really hard to say. If you want to, like, spend an action trying to study the movements, you could do that with a perception check.
I'll spend an action before I waste more movement.
All right. Give me a perception. This is essentially an insight check. That's a very good insight check. That's actually a critical success. The entire behavior of Witherwing has been very, like, mechanical, very detached. He seemed to pay no heed to you guys until a theft directly attacked him. The impression that you get is he is here on a program duty and is just doing that duty and doesn't really care about anything else going on. And with a critical, he seems to just be kind of moving clockwise, trying to pick things up, and then is going to continue on his way.
Okay, then I'll use my third action to still attempt to move her.
All right, perfect. 1 more athletics check.
God.
Sketch. Yeah, unfortunately.
I can do it. I don't need your help.
Hey, it doesn't matter. I am helping.
Oh, yeah, you are helping. Fetch, go ahead and also give me an athletics check.
Oh, I did it again.
Oh, you want me? Oh,
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
you.
so.
It's so fitting. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, perfect. That's a critical success, which bumps Sketches up to a regular success. Working together, Sketch, you're able to pull out of the water and over this.
See, when we work together, we can do the dumbest things ever.
True.
That's fair.
All right.
Sometimes I just want to do dumb things by myself to prove I can do them by myself. But yeah, that's fair.
There is a fireball of purple flames that erupts. The sky turns purple down to the south as these thorns begin to peel and crack away. You guys watch as Witherwing eventually emerges back up into the sky with these two critters climbing up his tail and into his ribcage. And then fly over this way. Double checking.
Which way? Sorry, I'm like zoomed in, so I never know where you're.
Gotcha. Flew way over to the southwest. Way over here.
Okay.
That brings us back to Ruko and effectively the entire party at this point. I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to drop here or if you'd rather stay in initiative. Mostly Tex and Fetch to solve whatever's going on here.
Oh, if I'm kind of running away, but if Tex pushes it, spirits eat each other. That's probably fine. Like, may the better spirit win.
Baby boy has called Tex out, so he will grumble and go take a 1 hour nap.
All right.
Am I able to stabilize Doolaboo-Wat?
Yeah, so we're gonna drop initiative.
Or is it just dead?
We're gonna drop initiative here for a second. Witherwing still seems to be going around elsewhere, but there's going to be at least a couple rounds of not really sure if he's coming back over this way or not. So what does everybody immediately do? We're gonna pop out of initiative and get your immediate actions going on. You're trying to stabilize one.
Yeah, and I have some manacles I can throw on him as well.
Okay, perfect. Double checking. What are you stabilizing?
Doolaboo-Wat? I
Oh,
wanted to question them. That's what I'm saying. Is this person dead?
Oh, they're mega dead. Tex ate their face. Tex put 4 death fails on her.
I figured. What about this Voltudra over there?
That one could be
I'm
stabilized.
sorry, I was mechanically obligated.
I know, I understand, but okay, I guess I'll go over to him and I'm going to try to stabilize him.
You got to pull the corruption out of him first.
I don't know what that means. I think I can what that means. I'm just gonna. I don't think I have any potions on me, so I'm just gonna They're there. Wait, if I mess up a medicine check, this can kill him, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I have a -1 for medicine. And spirits aren't a cult, are they? I can't sell occultism on you.
I mean, they are a cult, but you can't use occultism to fix them. No, unless you take crystal medicine. You could take the crystal medicine feat.
No.
You want some healing crystals? Bobble had that one in 2.5. So it is a medicine check if you want to try it. A there check, we like to call it.
We'll try. What's that could happen? It's already dead anyways.
A bless his heart check.
That's a pretty good there check.
Natural 20!
All right, wonderful. You are actually able to do a pretty decent job of stabilizing this Voltudra. It's breathing as hoarse.
I saw what Fetch did, so I just kind of start pulling out organs and just stuffing mud in there, and I'm like, I don't know.
There you go.
It'll work.
All right, wonderful. So everything at this point is either very confirmed dead or stabilized. Tex and Fetch have kind of agreed to maybe let these other two not die immediately so they can be questioned. That leaves one lingering problem. Thalia is fully mind-controlled and still trying to break free. She is one weak skeleton against a full team of adventurers. She's not going to break out and get free of this. She does a few scratches and slashes here and there, but it's not enough that we need to stay in initiative for it. What do you guys do? What is the plan with Thalia?
I'm gonna pop a guidance on her and see if she can break that mind control. I don't know if she's saving at the end of her turns or not, but...
Okay. Wonderful. Rolling. go ahead and give me a D20 plus 4. So ahead of time, the DC here is 18.
Plus 4, and that's already including the guidance.
That's with the guidance in. Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah. The first time, with the help of the guidance at least, she simply seems too locked into whatever this effect is.
I'd like to try a little something that's probably really dumb.
Sure, what you got?
So I currently, and for the next probably 55 minutes, have a cold iron hatchet.
Okay.
I'm gonna just kind of squish the flat of that onto her forehead and be like,
Power of Christ compels you.
"Get out of there, evil spirit." I don't know. I don't understand.
Interesting.
I'm gonna see if it does anything. If she reacts to it, if the source is Fey, maybe it'll help block it, or who knows.
Excellent. I love that. You kind of just press it against her forehead. She seems unfazed, but you see that the Voldra like physically recoil away from the weapon as you like brandish it. And she just kind of continues to struggle to break free. She would attack if she could, but you guys have her fully restrained.
Yes, I don't think it's doing anything.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be affected by the cold iron.
Good to know.
Anybody else have anything urgent that they do in the first like minute or so?
I will ready to fight anything that starts coming after us.
Love it. All right. Anyone else?
If the thorns are going away, do we need to stay here? We could get out and not worry about her getting abducted, right? If we just go in the water by the tree.
Speaking of the water, what about FF? Actually, can Mare sense her? Is she close enough nearby?
Yeah, I've got something silly for that too.
Gotcha. We have the Tremor Sense on Ildwoad. We have the Life Sense on Mare. And what is the other thing that you have, Foster?
This is completely silly, not how the spell is supposed to work. I'm gonna try to root read, and can I sense her in the roots?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a survival check.
Mostly just trying to figure out if she's staying on the offensive or if she's like dipping out.
Right. With your actual senses, with Tremor Sense and with Life Sense, neither of you are able to detect her presence nearby. With the tracking from root reading, you can tell that she went down into the water and then kind of just disappeared. And you don't get a sense for which direction she went, but you absolutely get the sense that Afef definitely has some sort of a supernatural ability to move oddly in this place, to move through nature or through plants or through terrain somehow. She seems to not be anywhere nearby, and there's not a clear sign of where she went after diving into the water.
I think we should get out of here. Preferably before that thing makes it back around.
Do we have a minute?
Maybe. It moves pretty fast.
Actually, has it stopped? Like, it hasn't made like a long stop like it made down here that we can tell, has it?
So about 30 seconds have passed. It is down here in the southwest corner. You see it dips down briefly and then comes back up with a couple more hands crawling up its tail. And it has started to move up over this way. You imagine that if it is truly just moving in a circle here, you've got about 20-25 seconds, depending on whether or not it makes any more stops.
Crap, I need a minute.
And where was the exit portal again? I'm sorry.
Under this white tree over here to the west.
Okay, cool.
We also haven't put the crystals in the spot yet.
You think we could take it?
Can I just move real quick?
Yeah, what you got?
As this Voldra comes back up, I'm going to be shaking him and be like, hurry up and get up. You're being rescued. You have to come with us. It's safer that way.
Give me a diplomacy check. You have a lot of modifiers because you and Fetch have both put in a lot of work to convince these, but it does still require a little convincing.
Okay, do you already have the modifiers or should I add them?
Add Add a +4 to this. All right. Yeah, it kips up to its feet and starts to follow after you. It looks
Oh, no, I'm
confused.
picking him up.
Okay, understood.
He's cute and small.
Perfect. Yeah, it does not resist, and it seems to kind of look to the other two that Fetch has and gives them like a little bit of a shrug and a bit of a nod, like, let's just go with it and see what happens.
All right, and then I'm going to cast my warp step, and I'm going to skittle very, very quickly over to where the drawer is for the crystals.
How fast is your move speed? Oh, well, we're kind of out
70.
of initiative. Oh my
70.
God. Yeah, you guys watch as Baby Boy bolts over to where that drawer is. You find the drawer is open because you took the book out of it, and there are the 3 spots in it.
Okay. Oh. Do I... this is going to be... Do I feel like I could convince this little fox to put the crystals in for me? Because
Sure, you critically succeeded on diplomacy. It understands that you guys have it in a tough position. If you tell it, like if you handed the stone and say put it in the slot, it'll do it.
Okay. He's like under my arm, kind of like how Fetch was carrying the other guy. And I'm going to like pull up the book so he can't see it. I'm going to look at the book and see if it has any directions for putting them in.
So this takes some time. This takes like a 20 seconds to flip through quickly. However, I will say with 15
I thought it was just one page.
Yeah, so with a quick 15 seconds or so to flip through the entire books very quickly, you see that every page is just a symbol. There is no writing, there are no instructions anywhere. It is just the same symbol.
I was just going to throw it open, and if it's just the symbols from before, I'm just going to close it. I don't care, unless it had like a specific crystal shapes or something pattern in there.
It didn't seem
like
to.
An order. Okay, and then I'll just like hand up the crystal, like put this one here, and this one here, and this one there.
All right. So all of that is coming up on like 20 seconds or so. You guys see that Witherwing is over.
Yeah. So the thing is, I'm not going to flip. Like, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but like, I would literally just pull the book out, open it up to one page, and if it's not a crystal, instantly shut it. I'm not spending time flipping through the book because I know it's everything. Every page is the same.
Totally. What do the rest of you guys do as Baby Boy runs over that way with one of the spirits?
I start shuffling for the exit.
Yeah, I think
I assume Bailey's going to fight every step of the way.
She sure does. She makes it tricky. Let me just kind of, as a quick summary, get athletics checks from 2 or 3 of you to see how well and quickly you can force her to move. Oh, no.
Is Mephistoff a strong boy?
Oh boy. He's a little strong. He can try it. Let's see. Oh, I lied. He's not super strong. He's moderately strong.
Is he stronger than -2?
He is stronger than -2. She is struggling and putting up a fight. There's 4 of you. You're able to move her, obviously. It's just a little slower than you would like. About the time that Baby Boy gets the stones into the thing, you guys are about here. A few things happen at roughly the same time. Baby Boy, do you put all 3 stones in? And do you do it yourself, or do you make the spirit do all of them?
I'm kind of torn because I feel like I should have him do them because I don't want to get hurt because I read the book. But also, like, if he gets hurt, I'll be really sad. I guess... Do I feel like... Is there some type of security check I could make to see, like, if I can figure out what order they go in?
Absolutely. Give me an arcane security check.
Bless you. I'm going to use my reaction to re-roll. Let's hold this up.
All right. Hard to tell whether there's a specific order or not on the 16. It's clear that they go in there. It's clear that it's some sort of an access or a key or a gate of some sort. You're not able to suss out the mechanics of the 16. Yeah. Not quickly.
I'll just have him put them in the order that we picked them up in then.
All right. One by one, he plants them in. Boom, boom. There's magical chimes. As the third one goes in, the entire thing lifts up, revealing a cave tunnel that seems to go down.
I'm gonna pick him up. You did it! Congratulations, good boy. And then I'll be like, "There's a cave over here."
All right, perfect. The rest of you guys see Witherwind is starting to circle back over this way. What do? You can try to just make a run for the pond. If you do, you're going to have to try to drag Thalia more, and you need to roll well to get her there before Witherwing arrives. Or you can try something else. What's the plan? What do you guys do?
We could go into the cave.
You guys do see that Baby Boy has opened a cave down there, but you're also only like 15, 20 feet from the pond.
Yeah, cave is
So we're gonna have to drag her either way. So
Go on top of me.
I'm gonna try to speed things up.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Everybody gets plus 10 feet to each of their moves for a round. That will help no matter which way you guys try to go. So which way do you guys try to go?
I'm going for the tree.
All right. Presumably, Thalia. Presumably, you have a grasp on Thalia. Here, each of you place your token in the direction that you want to try to go. So either up towards the tree or down towards the cave. Sounds like Thalia and Foster going towards the tree. Mephistoff will come with you.
I, out of character, want to go to that cave, but
Oh my god, so bad.
All right, wonderful. That leaves Sketch.
Don't mind me, I'm failing to barf.
Fair.
What am I doing? Sorry.
Everybody seems to be trying to race Witherwing into the pond. Ruko has given you all a speed buff. Baby Boy has opened a cave to the south. I'm just checking if anybody peels off to go towards the cave, or if everybody goes towards the pond together. So ultimately the question is, do you go for the pond or do you go for the cave?
If they're handing Thalia alright, I really wasn't doing much there. I'm gonna go see what the fuck Baby Boy's doing.
One. Sketch and Baby, you guys are able to duck into the cave. There's no complications. You can just do it. For those of you who are going to the pond, I need each of you to give me athletics to try to drag Thalia with you.
Instead of us trying to drag Thalia, can I just brain her?
I already did that.
I know Foster's not going to be happy about it.
So this is an actual rule, and I think I do like the world building implications of it. Undead things don't drop to unconsciousness. They are just destroyed if they reach 0 hit point.
That's fine.
Now hold on just a second.
With that said, you've seen Foster go unconscious? I gotta double check it what the lore explanation is for Foster not being destroyed at 0 hit point. I think that would be the baseline knowledge that the text has, though, as most undead things are destroyed if you drop them unconscious.
What if I force give them this effect? I don't think that
Boom
works.
magic.
I like it. I'm in the habit of letting people stretch spells. Yeah,
I don't really advocate hitting her, but if it had to be done.
I can just drag her. It's fine.
Okay. Then let me get some athletics checks to drag Thalia. You guys have a +2 from the speed boost from Ruko. Yo, hell yeah. Okay. Let me get 1 from Fetch, 1 from Foster.
Literally only thing I'm good at.
You're quite good at it. Oh,
Heyo.
sick. Hell yeah. Okay. The three of you guys, and along with Mephistoff and Ruko, begin to... Okay.
Sorry, that's the, yeah.
I gotcha. You guys race over, and it looks like you're going to miss him. But then Ruko does the speed boost. You guys get that little boost of speed at the very end, dive down into the pond, and you watch as purple light kind of ripples across the surface of the water. You watch as this bony tail begins to jab down into the water blindly, just trying to fish you out, doing its best to try to get you out. never actually dropping down into the water itself.
I'll attack it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see.
I assume that was a manipulate action.
Yeah, it sure was. That's a hit. Yeah. You watch as this bony tail kind of juts down into the water. The first few just straight up miss, but the one comes down dangerously close to Tex. Tex, you lash out at this thing, and you're able to just cleave off a little chunk of like the tail vertebra. There's chips of bone that come off of it. It withdraws, and you guys watch as it kind of elevates up like 10 or 15 feet, gathers all of the fire into its skull once more, and pours this like laser of fire down onto the surface of the water. But it just spreads across the surface of the water. You can kind of see little bubbles of boiling water for the first couple of inches, but you're deep enough that it doesn't really affect you at all. And then you continue to go down and down and down until eventually you emerge in the little pond oasis thing with Thalia.
Do I have to go?
No, absolutely not. You can stay if you want.
Cool, I stay.
All right, stay.
I stay under the water, but...
Absolutely, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Wonderful. After a little bit, Tex, you see that it is starting to fly up. Do you stay under the water still, or what do you do?
I assume at some point I have to come up for air.
At some point, yeah. You can stay down there for a pretty decent amount of time if you want to wait for like a minute or so, but...
I don't like... cat. I don't like being wet, so...
True.
Once it's gone, I'll surface again.
All right. You surface again, and you watch that it kind of does like one or two more passes around this place, seems to not find anything, and then begins to just fly off into the horizon.
Cool. I'm gonna climb up into the tree, and I'm gonna steal a branch.
Okay. Yeah, excellent. You just kind of grab a little twig or a branch, and you snap it off.
And then I'll... I don't care about Thalia.
That's totally fair.
I'm gonna go... At that point, I'll come check out the cave.
Okay, wonderful. You're able to meet up with Baby Boy and Sketch. I need to be right back in 30 seconds, but you guys are welcome to start walking down that cave together if you want.
Oh yeah, I would have started walking down there instantly.
All right. Tex is fast. He's a cat. He can probably catch up with him.
Yeah. They can have a bit of time.
He waited a full minute.
Yeah, you guys have some time.
Hey, wait up! Where are you going?
I'm behind you.
Oh, you're back there. I thought you were in front of me. Okay. Well, let's go this way then.
Oh, be careful, little wee one. Keep you safe. Oh, let's go. I will get a torch out though.
How can you not see in the dark?
Oh, don't get so sassy.
I wasn't sass. That was just a genuine question. Like, I assumed that you were the kind of creature that could just see in the dark, like in a closet.
Oh, I wish. That'd be so much fun. It's spooky for me when I'm being spooky in the closet.
Well, it's narrow again. Okay. Wonder if this is like all the other ones.
Oh, you're my new best friend. We're gonna be such good friends.
What?
I'm talking to the Poltron.
Oh, did you bring him with you?
Yeah, I've been carrying him around.
I guess they're nice whenever they're not being told to be bad. That makes sense.
I'm imagining them like, what's that one guy from Owl House? Little short King of Demons.
King?
Oh yeah,
I think his name is just King, yeah.
Yeah, I'm they're like, oh, look how cute they are. They're so dangerous.
Between the two of you, who has the better perception, specifically smell?
I don't have it in its shape.
I don't think I have smell specifically, no.
Okay. In that case, just which one of you has better perception?
Mayor has a. That's better than mine.
All right, wonderful. So this portion of the map is not quite to scale. It turns into this winding cavern that goes down and down and down and down. Longer than shown on the map here. It's probably like a good, honestly, 15 or 20 minutes of just going down deeper and deeper with no real things of interest. It's just this winding, narrow underground tunnel. Eventually, after a long, long walk, about 18, 19 minutes, presumably at this point, Tex could have caught up, unless you guys want to have more private conversations.
I'm sure he caught up. No, we were just shooting the shit.
Okay, wonderful. There is a point where both of you start to recognize a smell. Partially because this cave is pretty neutral smelling. It's basically just slightly wet rock. But partly because it is a very strong smell that both of you are quite familiar with. It is this kind of like lavendery floral perfume. This like slightly spiced cologne that both of you recognize from your time with Argus.
Oh, that son of a bitch.
Wait, do you smell that too? That wasn't just me having some weird traumatic smell memory?
Seems like we might be running into Argus soon. Let's be on.
Oh, I should have just left then. Oh, God. Oh, Korik. I guess I probably could just say his name out loud. Oh, God is just so reflexive.
Korik?
Yeah. K-O-R-I-K, I think? Yeah. Yep, that's my god.
Oh, I thought it was some pet name we had for Argus. I'm like, I don't understand how you got that.
No, my pet names for him currently include that bastard and guy I never want to see again.
Unfortunately, we might be seeing him soon. I might.
Do you want to go first?
That seems wise.
Yeah.
I will, I guess, stop being stealthy. I'm just gonna walk and talk like I'm just being normal.
All right. As you walk and talk.
Oh well, as normal as baby boy can do.
Of course. As you walk and talk,
is actually probably walk.
You eventually.
Like animal, of course.
God, he's so fucking weird. Eventually, as you're crawling through this dark, tight cavern on all fours, you see a chamber where there is a faint yellow light. And as you step into it, you see an enormous rock, an enormous boulder, a good maybe 20 feet, maybe even 30 feet tall, buried in this chamber. That is a pale, kind of yellowish glass crystal. There is in front of it a crate, and on that crate there are a pair of letters enveloped, and that is where the smell is coming from. You can tell that one of them seems to have been cologne, as was the custom back then.
That's not a boulder, that's a rock.
It's a rock.
Is there any magical security on the letters of the crate?
You take a moment to study it. Go and give me arcane security. Nothing that you can detect.
If that's a failure, then I can use my cognitive.
It is. Go and give me a crossover to occultism. None that you can tell. They are both of very expensive paper. They have nice envelopes. They were both originally sealed with wax seals. They have already both been opened.
I guess I'll go ahead and pick one up and start looking at it.
All right. As you pick the two of them up, you see that one of them is addressed to Count Farinexavac, and one of them is addressed to Mr. Foxglove.
I'll pick up... are they both opened?
They're both open.
I'll pick up the Foxglove one first.
All right. You check up the one that is addressed to Mr. Foxglove. Do you pull it out and start reading?
I feel like this seems unwise.
Maybe I'd just like to build paranoia. Who knows?
Yes, I'm going to do it. Of course I'm going to do it.
Inside...
Mayor and I both look at it. Because he has no choice.
Perfect. Inside, you find a letter. Mr. Foxglove, you are very verbose. My scribe nearly passed out while reading your letter. I would like to speak, but I cannot leave my keep unguarded for too long, so soon after making a claim on Arguminiavex's territory. If it's convenient for you to visit me there, tell my usher you wish to speak of matters quite complicated. You'll be shown in and given accommodation until I'm available. Threnaliax is asked to see the boulder. He arrives at my keep on the 1st of Ballas, and we depart on the morning of the 2nd. I don't know how long we'll be traveling together, but I suspect it may be a few days. I would simply speak to you there, but I suspect Threnaliax will be watching me carefully, and I don't believe he needs to know we're in communication. Signed, Count Farinexabac.
And Farinexabac is the one that we knew about already, right?
Yeah, he is the guy over to the west who just conquered this territory.
Gotcha. All right, and then I will read the other letter.
The other letter is fucking long. It is like 4 pages. It is incredibly verbose. It is written in a fancy script that both of you recognize as Argus Foxglove's handwriting. However, the whole thing... Oop, I posted the wrong one for the second one. However, most of it has been like scratched out with red ink and has been given notes in red ink, almost like an English teacher grading a paper. And you quickly realize that essentially somebody went through, scratched out all of this long-winded drivel, and summarized it. I'm not going to read this entire letter because that's crazy, but I will read the summarized version that has been sent back in ready. Count Farinexabac, pleasant greetings from the Fade. I will prefer working with you over Witherwing. He is gathering his minions and leaving the grove soon. I recognize that you still have some autonomy, even though Threnaliax has subjugated you. I want secret dealings with you. The Desolate King doesn't need to know about them. I know useful things about the Tome of the Echo Tyrant. The chronomancy ritual in the tome is a psychomantic trap. To use it, you need a specialized ritualist and a suitable location. Nowhere. I can take you to nowhere. Bring me Arguminivex alive. My messenger is trustworthy, but be discreet anyway. I'm eager to extort... signed Argus Foxglove. And then there's a PS about how he wants some of his remaining relic seed, which has been crossed out and in red ink written, I'm eager to extort you for what remains of your valuables. I will post the full letter over on Discord and Telegram if you feel like reading it. This is essentially just, he's summarized what he long-windedly wrote. Yes, we have a hand raised from Lucian.
2 things. Nowhere is where I'm from, right?
Yes.
My home is nowhere?
Yes. Well, your...
Or I guess my thing is
the place where you spent most of your life is nowhere.
Yeah.
Rude.
How do I ask this? Is nowhere like a plane and this is part of it, or is like nowhere just like literally just the realm that I'm from? Or does it encompass more than that?
Nowhere is the... You would understand nowhere to be the plane that the librarian is in.
Okay, second question. The Tome of the Echo Tyrant. Does that ring a bell with Mara I on the first visitor we had?
What a great question. Do you have academia lore?
I do.
Hit me with that. That is a failure if you want to cross it over.
Oh, this one just doesn't have crossover. Question: Do we have hero? Do we get more hero points yet?
We are at the halfway point. You can have your second hero point.
I will use it to reroll.
Not by this name, no. But you do know that that visitor left with a book.
Okay, sorry, I'm just like rereading the thing. The Chronomancy ritual is a tome. In the tome is a psychromatic trap. So it's like a. Okay. Okay. And there's a crate here too.
Yes, there sure is.
Gotcha. I mean, look at that. I'm not quite strong. Do you think you could help me open this box?
Yeah, I can probably do that with a crowbar or something. Eve's tool should have that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You start to fiddle with it, getting up to use tools in a crowbar, and you find it is simply already open. It is just a simple crate. Inside, you mostly just find like folded linens and essentially these little like clay statuettes of food on a plate. There's about 8 or 9 of them.
Do I know what these are?
You can give me Arcana, or your just best spellcasting check if you want.
Maybe occultism?
Yeah.
Can I eat them?
If anyone's gonna eat them, I get to eat them. You're not here. Go away.
Who do you think opened the crate?
Hold on, I'm trying to check a skill and it's just not opening. Okay, I get a +1 bonus to this one because it's a. What is that? I'm identifying.
Yeah, you are identifying a magic item.
Okay. So let me roll. I just trying to yeah. And then if that doesn't work, then I can do my cognitive.
Yeah, go and do a crossover. Yeah. Baby Boy. I don't think Baby Boy has seen these in particular. Sketch, you've seen things like these. Yours were typically made of like clay, like that was more natural. It's essentially just dried mud in the shape of thing. These appear to be more of like an actual cast and glazed porcelain. But essentially, you know that you crush them and a real plate of steaming hot, fresh food pops out. It's a way to store a nice meal for later.
Oh, how have I never heard of these?
They're pretty neat. These are a little fancier than they need to be, but I guess he's always been extra.
Oh, so extra. I guess we should probably eat them with us. And I guess I'll just like put them in. I'll just like grab them with my tentacles and just shove them in the little mass behind my back.
Why are they here though? Like,
Hard to say.
two came all the way down here. How did they get the box all the way down here?
What is this crystal?
And also that. I need to know that.
You guys recognize this as the same material as the little shards that you've found throughout this place, except it is a huge, enormous boulder of it. It is a boulder of chronotririte.
Have I licked the chronotririte yet? Because I haven't. I gotta lick the big one.
Yeah, do it. Please do it.
You can lick it if you want. I don't know if you already have.
Well, I'm licking it. What?
Wait, even after you lick it, you won't know if you already have or not.
I believe this is the material component for the ritual that he was talking about.
The one to go to nowhere or wherever?
The one that you do in nowhere.
How do you go to nowhere? Isn't that...
The place I'm from is nowhere. He's trying to take him to me home.
When you say you're from nowhere, it just sounds like you're lying about where you're from and you don't want anyone to know. Is nowhere like a real place?
I am from, quote, nowhere. End quote. Capital letter. It is its proper noun. A title.
Okay, and you need this rock to get there? Or no, you need to go there with this rock?
No. Remember that I just read you?
I'll be honest, I kind of only have listened to it.
It says that they need to do a ritual there, a chrono ritual. And this is chrono, right? Did I say that right?
Chronotririte. Sketch.
Chronotririte.
You lick it.
What does time taste like?
You lick it, and it kind of just tastes like licking clean glass. There's not really any taste associated with it all. You can feel the physical pressure like you're licking it, but there's no taste. And then you have this brief conversation. Right, and then you have this conversation with Baby Boy, and then about 12 or 13 seconds later, you get this, like, pretty strong, slightly acidic, oily taste, like balsamic vinaigrette, essentially. Like 8 or 9 seconds after you lick it.
Ugh. Delayed flavor. That's weird. Can I break off part of this?
Not with your bare hands. If you have like a tool or a pick or something, you can certainly try.
Can I use needle darts over and over until I chip a bit of it off?
Given enough time, sure. It's pretty resilient. It takes some work, but if you want to sit there and literally just start jamming needle darts into this like an ice pick over and over, you can absolutely start doing that.
Fetch has got to try the weird time crystal. So.
Yeah, I need a piece to taste. I
He
love
already-
balsamic vinegar.
He already did.
Well, but then he can lick it all the time. Like, he doesn't have any with him. It'll be a good birthday present. I never know what to get him.
I want to see if there's any scenario where I taste it before I lick it.
What a great question.
Can I check over this crate to see if there's any information on shipping? How was it shipped here?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a perception check to do like a very thorough investigation.
I'll have Mayor second it.
All right.
Oh, and then I'll turn to the little guy who's on my arm and be like, you should look too. See if you know any clues.
Sure, it starts looking around.
I hope he finds something.
You guys all kind of turn it over, and you find that it's just kind of a wooden crate. The folded cloth appears to be extremely large, like tents. Like extremely large, like a pavilion tent or a circus tent, essentially.
Gotcha.
And then you find that there are a couple
Or
of...
are they just too big?
You find that there's a couple of leather water skins down there. You find that there are the meals, those little porcelain meals. There's nothing else, and there's no signs of like a shipping return address or anything like that. There's no like incriminating evidence or anything to that note.
Are these tents big enough to or are they too big to take?
Yes, almost certainly. A whole circus tent essentially is way too heavy for one dude to move, or even for like two or three dudes to move.
I figured as much. I will give the Voltron, is that what it's called? I'm going to give him a cookie.
It is not called a Voltron, I know that.
Maybe
he didn't
maybe
put
his
it on,
name is Voltron.
What are they called?
Fuck, hang on. Where do they put it? Where's my buddy?
Voldrin.
Voldron, yeah. Voldra, here we go.
Voldra. So close. I'll give him a cookie, though.
He happily eats the cookie. As all of this is going on, let's jump back out to the pond real quick.
Baby boy's never given me a cookie.
It's called positive reinforcement.
You guys all come tumbling out of this pond and can kind of claw your way back over to the edges, splashing and swimming all along the way. It's difficult at first because you're trying to swim with somebody who is actively trying to kill you. But again, you guys rolled really well. You're able to drag her over towards the edge, and you find that after maybe 15 or 20 seconds, the mark fades. And she shakes her head, and she looks around and realizes that she's still here, and you guys are all still here. And she just kind of collapses into your arm, Foster. We have to go. Are we okay? Are we okay?
I think so. The mark's gone. I don't know if that means that thing is gone, but
It won't last for long. We have to find a way to stop this. I don't want to hurt you.
we'll figure it out. We'll solve this. We left some people in there though, and I need to go back and make sure that place is actually safe now.
Okay. What should I do? Should I wait?
We don't see. I assume we don't see like a purple comet fly off in the distance, do we?
Give me a perception check. Oh, hoo-hoo-hoo. You, as you look around, you do, and actually on a natural 20, I'm going to do a slight retcon so you get some additional information. One of the first things you do as you emerge is looking around for this purple ball of fire in the sky. And you do see that it is flying off into the distance, in the horizon to the southeast. And as it kind of ducks behind the tree line of the horizon, that is the exact moment that Thalia breaks out of her mind control.
Okay, perfect. I think it's gone for now. Why don't you come with me back in just in case it decides to come back? Unless you feel safe with Mephistoff out here.
I will do my best, but I did my best, and it was... I would feel safer if somebody stayed with me.
Maybe we should all just go back now that it's gone then.
Yes, that might be wise. And yeah, he was kind of like just getting done wringing out his overcoat, and he just gets back into his wet coat and takes a sigh. Let's do it. How about everybody else? Do you guys just kind of follow along, or do you do anything different once you get out here?
Foster, if you need to go back in, I can watch Thalia for you.
If you wouldn't mind, I'm worried that maybe there's still dangerous stuff down there. And it seems relatively peaceful here for now.
Alright, I'll keep an eye on her. If she tries to escape, it'll be the last thing she ever knows.
Well, I feel great now. Alright, I'm coming right back as soon as I know that I'm done here, and then we'll figure out what we have to do next.
Alright. Be safe.
Good luck.
Okay. How about... So Fetch is staying out with Mephistoff and Thalia. Foster's going back in. Ruko, are you going back in, or are you staying out with Fetch and Thalia and Mephistoff?
Stay out here.
Okay. Wonderful. You guys watch as Foster kind of dips back down into the water, and eventually, Foster, you disappear back into the grove, and you emerge. About a minute or so after Foster disappears, Ruko and Fetch and Mephistoff and Thalia watch as a figure emerges from the water. Charred around the edges. Some of the leaves are curled in, blackened. She kind of pulls up with almost like a limping gait, like she is very badly hurt. She gets out and weakly shakes all of the water off of her. She fans out these two big tree-like wings over her back, like a bumblebee getting out of a pool and just trying to sun itself dry. And it isn't until maybe 30 or 40 seconds after all of that that she finally turns and sees all of you over there. What do you guys do?
Wave.
Shield my eyes like I wasn't... Like, I don't know if I should be watching? I don't know. This is scary.
Oh no. Please tell me you're not the only ones who made it out.
I think everybody's safe. I'm pretty sure everybody's safe.
She looks around like, where are they?
By the way, I do have my boys.
Right, you've got those guys with you too. They are like shrinking back in your arms. They're not running or anything, but they are obviously intimidated. I'm so sorry. Did I attack you down there?
Nah. If you did, it wasn't your fault. Listen, there was some weird... There was some stuff going on, you know what I mean? Like, people were acting against their will. It happened to me.
She looks down at the things in your arm. Those are the creatures. Those are the creatures that have made me do... Why are you with them? Why are you...
No, I assume they were controlled as well. See, they had this corrupted gut. Anyway, I pulled all their guts out and I put new stuff in them. They seem cool.
So I know that Fetch believes what he just said. So I'll let you do either diplomacy or deception here.
Fetch is not 100% confident that they're not corrupted. He's confident they weren't corrupted. He doesn't know if he fixed them or not.
Sure,
But
sure.
they did seem to stop being hostile, so like that kind of...
Yeah, it's a little
He's
ambiguous.
leaning...
I'll let you take whichever role is better for you.
I'm sorry, what did you want me to roll?
Either diplomacy or deception.
That said, she's a dang dragon. If she wants to eat him, I'll put him on a platter.
She lowers her head down at them, and you can feel this like rumbling vibration as she like tries to sort of pull back a bit of a growl, and they both clearly retract deeper into your arms. But then she looks back up to you. They are on thin ice. I will watch them closely. But I think perhaps you are right that there's some controlling force in there, making us do things that we don't actually want to do.
Well, for sure. Happened to Thalia, is that right, Thalia?
Yes, I think it has something to do with the necromancer, the desolate king. That is not good. That is not good at all. But why is he so far up here? I thought that was a problem to the south in the deserts. Thalia just kind of shrugs and looks to the two of you guys.
Why is your glade so devastated?
It was a little of my own doing, under something's control, but mostly Faranex Evek and his men came through and razed the place.
Unforgivable.
I agree. I put my life's work into protecting this place, and in the blink of an eye, she just kind of looks around. But maybe...
And the Dragonborn of this country have like outlawed spirit weavers. There's nobody here to help you or speak for you.
Yeah. All those who are not dragons, and I know of very few, aside from, well... And I have not done a good job either.
You are so smart for a spirit. Oh my god.
I have lived many years. I'm not quite a spirit. Although I suppose I sort of... I was mortal.
You for sure. For sure you are. Zertun is, although he's dumb as bricks. He's not thinking of much.
I suppose I don't really know exactly where the line is drawn. I'm kind of a ghost, I guess. I had a real body. I was born of flesh and blood like you, but then I died and came back through the blessing of Styx with a desperate prayer many, many years ago, hundreds of years ago. So I guess I am a ghost. I'm undead, and I think that sort of makes me a spirit.
Fetch looks disturbed.
The others are still inside.
Yeah.
Afef kind of looks down to you finally, Ruko, and seems to like catch her eye on your shawl, your cloak, and some of the markings. You were here for this. You were here for the garden.
The garden?
Oh, perhaps I was mistaken. You were a weaver, though, yes?
Yeah.
I could go mad at any second. I'm loath to think of it, but if these are my last words, let them be. Let them linger in your mind. Tell the weavers that I don't know if I can do my duty anymore. I need a replacement at the old growth near the old Vesper ruins. They will know what to do with that. I had hoped perhaps you were already my replacement, but I may be mistaken.
I will let them know. Do I know more about this?
You certainly know what these sites are. You know that its destruction is incredibly bad. It is going to potentially cause the echo to spill out more than it already does. You know that if she was its keeper and she's going crazy, that means she might have sort of the same thing going on that a lot of the other natural casters have been having, a little bit of that madness. Although she seems to believe that it's, based on the conversation with Thalia just now, maybe something from the Desolate King. Something is certainly trying to control her mind, and she's unsure what it is. There are multiple options that could be true. The madness is one of them.
Oh boy.
Do I don't know that. I need to know that.
Yeah, Ruko, Fetch seems oblivious to that. He is from a totally different sect of Spirit Weavers and might not understand all the garden stuff.
Right. It's a long story. Do we need to help them? Do you need to help them? Or I'm a little nervous sitting here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know that I'm very large, and I just told you I could go crazy and attack at any time. Let me... And she starts to shuffle back. I will go dry off and take some time.
Now I feel rude. I don't know.
She's Ruko. She's not a spirit. She's unnatural. She's a zombie or something.
It's kind of like Foster.
And,
Foster's not natural either.
Thalia kind of clears her throat. It's
Where is
not,
she?
not natural, but, I mean, neither are a lot of the things you do, right?
I've never done anything unnatural. I do everything to my nature.
Just looks at you like, Okay. Well, the long story of it is, wait, what was your question exactly? There's a lot of content. There's a lot of things.
You're...
The sickness?
Sure, what's the sickness?
There's been an affliction for the Spirit Weavers. That's kind of like they start getting terrible nightmares and dreams, and then they start losing all of their coherentness.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sketching, I have it.
babbling.
My dad has it.
Your Spirit Weavers, then?
You?
Barely. I never got
They're part of the
training.
sect from Zulakara. The more elementalist. My family's from Blemadil.
Okay. Okay, so you guys were here to fix this place?
Yes, it was part of Foster's missions and ambitions. I think part of his incentive was to try to help and repair these places.
Foster's a Weaver too, then?
No,
Oh no, he's a skeleton.
If can a skeleton be a Weaver?
I don't think so.
I don't
Maybe.
see why not.
Well, I've never met one.
I think we just did, though, right? Although, FF looks more like a tree than a skeleton.
I feel like spirit weavers are connected to the life force of the world. If you're not alive, you can't really be connected in that way. I don't know. I'd have to ask a spirit weaver, a real one.
Everything gets bendy in Blemadil. I mean, frantically looking through all of my glorious notes.
That was... sorry, I needed to drag her token on. Thalia and Mephistoff
Yeah, I'm a
are
little
still
confused. Like, where is she?
up here. Yeah, sorry. The person who has been talking to you since FF left is Thalia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mephistoph's just like sitting over there chilling, looking cute.
True. Oh, she's so little.
I thought that was a fact.
What's his deal?
Why is she so tiny?
Because I forgot to save her default token. Here we go. And 2 of these.
Yeah. That stuff looks like baby boy.
Do I? Who's baby boy?
Oh, he's baby boy.
Isn't he a dog?
Yeah, Mephistoff is like a wolf folk.
Racist.
Whatever this place is, it does not seem to be in good shape. It's seen better days. I assume that it is important. Is it like a noble's garden? Is it somebody's court?
I don't actually know. It's
What?
very powerful spiritually, and so people should leave it alone because it's probably important for the spirit world.
Jeez. Well, if it's important to the spirit world, I fear for what all of this is doing to it. She looks around like all the burnt trees, all the destruction.
Yeah, the world looks quite a bit like you do.
She kind of like crosses her arms. Listen, you don't have to rub it in. I don't like this more than anyone else. But I've made a life of it. She kind of like reaches up and gently like almost pets at the orchid that she is struggling to grow out of the side of her skull. It may not be natural, but it's me. Aren't we just who we are no matter what we're... You know, our body's just our body, right?
It's nobody's fault whether they're natural or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, except this time it's the Desolate King's fault, for sure.
Do you hate him for cursing you to a life of being a skeleton, or do you revere him for your eternal life after death?
Oh my god, what a good question. Okay. She gets grumpy at first, but then as you finish your sentence, she kind of like balks for a second. Eternal. You know, I guess I hadn't really even considered that I might not die again.
I don't see how you could.
Oh, I need to sit with that for a while. I don't know, actually. Certainly, I don't revere him for it. I didn't ask for this. He thrust this upon me. He killed my family. If anything, maybe this eternal life is just torture? But it can't be all bad, right? And she, like, looks down to her hands.
I don't know. Not bad for you, but you have to, especially a spirit mover, has to think about the world and the ramifications and the ripple effects of everything. If everybody comes back after they die as a skeleton, it's not going to take but a generation or two before the entire world is undead.
Well,
and maybe that's not a bad thing, but that would be weird.
Okay. It's so hard to DM. It's so hard to DM and keep your mouth shut. Taylor kind of like crosses her arms, nods. Yeah, no, I can see why that would be. The world is big. We could find somewhere, I guess. But I wouldn't want to make everyone undead like this. It's not. I miss a lot of things from my body. Mephistoff, kind of like sensing that he wants to change the subject, looks over to you, Ruko. He looks down to your shawl and the symbol on the, I think it's your necklace, I forget. The dragon, she seemed to know what you are. What are you?
I am a spirit weaver.
But a different kind from him.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were, part of the oldest line, I suppose. The original group. The ones who had taken part in the pact.
The pact. The pact that they were talking about in those ruins back in there. And he looks to the lake. The pact that the thorny thing said was bad?
That one, yep.
I take it the thorny thing is full of shit.
Most definitely.
What do you know of the pact? What is the nature of it?
Well, there was a time when these spirits... Well, okay, let's see how do I begin this. The Equifae and their whole realm, there was not going to be a balance at the time. They were going to come, invade, destroy, change the world into their gray abysmal... This is a hand gesture.
Yes, like those twisted creatures we saw, it did not seem like they came from a pretty place. I wouldn't want to be like that.
Right. And I still have much to learn, but what I know is that it was binding where they had to adhere to the pact. They made a peace. And these groves play a part in maintaining that separation between our realms, or the unity, so one doesn't come crashing into the other and whatnot.
I see. So it is like a truce of sorts. You keep these gardens, and in exchange, they don't invade us?
Sort of, yeah. I do need to learn more. But I know that destroying the groves, and if that's their objective, and if someone is making the Spirit Weaver sick, losing the wisdom of the elders, it seems like they're trying to force their way back.
They're connected. The madness comes from the Equifae, and the destruction of the old growth is what's causing it. Is that true?
It couldn't help. I don't know the madness specifically, but something's targeting the Spirit Weavers. And it's not... It seems like something the Equifae would do. Dreams and insanity, that kind of thing.
If I can be bold, speaking of things that we think that things would do, may I ask, why did your people assassinate our king?
Ruko looks like he's heard this story. We did not.
He, looks confused.
Hold on. I remember Amar told me about this. Well... Let's just say... The one they blame for doing it, I know him. He did not do it. And the Queen is batshit crazy. It really wouldn't put it past her to do some weird machinations and to... I don't know what she's playing. But we have nothing to gain from it.
You're saying the Queen killed the king and framed your people for it?
He's trying to figure out what the vibe is here. What?
You give me a perception check. Give me your inside check.
Okay, this is information I had last read about 8 months ago, so I'm struggling.
Oh, right, for sure, yeah. For the record, everything that you've said is true to your knowledge and understanding of it. He seems to be like, oh, that doesn't make sense. That's not the story that I've heard. But let me get a perception check from him.
Perception, okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
Fitting.
I can't see shit.
The impression that you get from him is like, oh, he is a Cyril noble. He might be a lord. He probably is very, diligently allegiant to Cyrillin, and he's talking to you, a terrorist from a terrorist faction, as you try to tell him, no, we didn't really kill your king. His arms are crossed, he's got a furrowed brow. He's not being aggressive. You don't get the sense that he is stupid enough to try anything like that. But he certainly, the vibe you get is like, your story doesn't add up, he doesn't believe it, that's not what he's heard.
Well... Oh, jeez. Okay. As far as I know, they're putting the full force of the blame. I'm sure you've heard the name on Amar. And I know for a fact, everyone knows for a fact, he was in Regal Water at the time. He was not here.
How do
The
you know that?
times don't line up. Is he trustable? Who is he? Help!
So here's what you know about him, which is very little. You found him passed out, unconscious, in a cave. He claimed he was traveling with Thalia, and you can see Thalia seems to trust him, like they know each other, they're friends. He seems protective. He doesn't seem hostile. He just seems like this is not the story he's heard. He doesn't trust it. This is weird to him.
And the queen, I know she's batshit crazy, right? Queen
That's the impression you
Lochelenius
got, for sure.
Remus.
For sure, that seems to be the impression you've had.
Okay,
I must admit that between the two of us, one of us must be misinformed. Perhaps we should get somewhere safer before we go splitting ends on politics. In truth, it has been nice to be out in nature and not dealing with that for a few weeks.
yeah. And if you know anything about Spirit Weavers, you know that they're more of the, try to make a truce. Well, you probably don't believe that. Truce and diplomacy, yeah.
No, I've heard
But let's just say that pissing off the queen would be a terrible move in our position. On the back foot, getting genocided. That's the last thing we'd really want, is to cause more pain and peril. Killing the king is the worst possible option. Why? Anyway, yes, let's not get into politics.
I'll do it. They can't genocide us twice.
Yeah.
So, forget the factions and the politics for a moment. Your name is Ruka, yes?
Yeah.
You think that violence does not solve problems. Is that what you're saying? You would prefer
In most
peace.
cases, it can be avoided. Yes.
That is not what we have been told the Spirit Weavers are like. I am surprised to hear that. It's good to hear. I hope that you are being truthful. I hope that the others are like you too. Well, that would leave many questions about what actually happened.
Very true. I'll think on it. I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
We will have a lot of time to think. And all of that is going on. Back inside. Eventually, Foster, you are able to head over to the cave, find it open.
Quick question before he gets here.
Yes.
Whenever you jumped to him, you said that he saw, I forget the name, Wingbird Man, skeleton thing.
Yes, Witherwing.
You saw that he saw Witherwing fly off?
Correct,
He was
yeah.
on the other side of the portal.
Correct, yes.
So Witherwing traveled through the portal, or were they
Didn't
existing
seem
on both
to
sides
just
at the same time?
seemed to just fly off into the horizon, and then when he got out, Foster still saw him on the horizon in the same direction.
Okay, interesting.
But yeah, Foster, you eventually re-emerge from the water in here. You find it empty. You find Witherwing is gone. And eventually you head over to the little cave that Baby Boy had just opened, and you find that it is still open.
Baby Boy is currently rereading that note from Argus a few times.
I, out of character, apologize. I know it's incredibly long, and I don't expect everyone to
Oh no,
read
I
it.
read through all of it. It is.
Did you?
But yeah, that's what I was doing. Just
God
not
damn.
reading through it all. I'm thinking these are planned.
Interesting, okay.
It doesn't make any sense that letters for two different people from each other end up with a different person read. Unless, I guess, the messenger was here and then decided to leave them instead of deliver them and read them both. Anyways,
I cannot comment as the
neither
DM.
here nor there.
Can you poison the little food statuettes? Like, could I make a poison meal and then put it in a rock and then make someone eat my poison rock?
Is this you asking in character, or are you doing like a hey DM, can I do this?
No, I just want to make sure these aren't poisoned if we eat them.
I see.
So it's in character. I want to know if you can make them poisoned or not.
You're asking the DM this. You're not asking me, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just wondering if I know that with my roll from earlier.
Gotcha. You would be aware that you can stuff pretty much anything that you want into these things. Food is the easiest. You could potentially do other stuff. It's essentially just a storage plane. You could put a poisoned meal into one of these. If you wanted to, like, poison the meal that was already in one, you'd have to pop it out, poison it, and then do the ritual to put it back into another stone.
I don't want to poison it. I just want to make sure we're not getting poisoned by taking these plant food items that are here in this room for some reason.
It is possible that these have been poisoned prior than being put into them. That is true, yes.
Well, now they're useless.
Can I think of a reason why letters for two different people to each other would be here opened?
You could give me like an insight check if you wanted.
I'm gonna have a second.
Neither of you knows with any like certainty or anything. There are possible reasons why. I think the thing that stands out to Mare is that the first letter, the letter from Argus to Pharonexavac, was like edited and sent back. That's unnecessary.
Oh, okay. It was okay. So I think I misunderstood. Is the handwriting of the corrections the same handwriting?
Correct. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah,
it was the scribe like summarizing it for his lord,
I
not
see.
the lord being funny.
Yeah. Okay. Sick. This is why I love insight checks.
Okay.
I think insight checks are good for when the DM doesn't explain properly. Yeah. The vibe that you get is Argus sent this very long-winded, verbose letter to Pharonexavac, and Pharonexavac was like, "Boy, this is too much. I'm not reading all that shit." And to like make a point to like almost sort of mock Argus for using so many words, he edited it down to just the bare minimum and sent it back and said, "This is what your letter should have been."
Gotcha. I just misunderstood my scribe nearly passed out while orating. For some reason, my brain turned that in that Argus was orating it to the scribe.
I see.
I gotcha. Okay. We're all. Where's the scribe? Okay. Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
This whole conspiracy got a little less. I thought this was a clever trap by Argus, but this is scribe.
After like 10 or 15 minutes of just like reading and studying and looking around this place, you eventually hear bony footsteps. Foster, do you just walk down into this cave alone? Like, what do you do?
Well, I'll knock on the door that's not there.
Yeah.
Come in.
Are you guys still alive down there? Any spooky skeletons or anything?
Oh, no,
Just
only
you.
thing down here is me and Tex. And Sketch. You're quite scary.
What does it say? Thank
I'll
you.
just start walking through. I mostly came back to like, does everything look copacetic here? Like I've done what I needed to do,
As you
like
kind
getting rid of the Dolbawat?
As you take a look around, the most noticeable change is that all of the thorns have receded tremendously, even in just like the 5-10 minutes that you were outside. Certainly there is visible improvement already. You can definitely tell this needs way more work than that. This needs to be re-gardened. It needs to be replanted and regrown. Certainly your work is not finished here, but you've stopped the harm. You've staunched the bleeding, so to speak. You've bought time. You've at least stabilized the place so that it can be regrown over a long period of time. You get the feeling that it needs sort of a dedicated gardener or warden to do all of that. But,
Right.
Yeah, at the very least, you have stopped the bleeding.
Okay, perfect.
Well, it seems that the crap. I keep forgetting the name.
Witherwing.
Witherwing. It seems like the Withering is packing up and going. And it seems like Pharonexavac is moving in.
We saw Witherwing on the other side flying south, so he's definitely leaving.
Yes, that's what these letters say. Seems that Feth is in quite some danger. There might be someone who can help her. A fellow dragon? Argumenovex? Seems they maybe have some type of fondness for one another. Or at least Argu does for the FF. How is she? Did you see her?
She wasn't out before I came back in. I haven't seen her yet, but if somebody was willing to help her, she's gonna need it. I don't know if the old growth intends for me to stay here and bring this place back up to speed, or if FF is taking over, or...
Did you know about this rock?
Do I recognize this chronotrite?
Oh boy, have you seen it in character? I honestly can't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you could give me an extremely... There's no way. There's simply no way that you would if you haven't seen it, yeah.
He would have just seen it earlier when we first found it then.
Right, yeah. It's the same material as the 3 rocks spread out around this place, but I don't think you would recognize it.
In the other old growth that you went to, was there one of these?
Not that I saw. I feel like I explored it pretty well. I think I would have noticed something like this.
I don't remember anything like that.
I have a lot of CDs right now.
Does the rock look how do I want to, like, natural? Like it's always been here, or did somebody bring it here?
Give me either like an investigation, a perception check, or you could give me a nature check. Either one's fine.
Oh, rest in peace.
It looks pretty natural, but there's not like a lot of signs one way or the other.
The entrance into here, was it much like the other altars where it looked like it was a relatively new addition? Or an illusion, like it wasn't natural to this to begin with?
You rolled really well on that first check. I'll just carry it over. Yeah, it seems to have been installed at about the same time.
I believe we may need to go find the theft. I have some questions for her. I'm not really sure what you can do here, but we can at least stand guard.
We can go. It seems like the immediate threat is done. Like I said, this is going to take, probably years of work to get this place back to where it should be, but...
And Delia?
She's out with Ruko and Fetch.
Yes, then we should probably regroup. I have some information that I found that I should share.
Alright, you guys head back out?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to take both letters.
Perfect. So it is a long walk back up. Again, this part of the map is not to scale. It's probably 10-15 minutes to walk all the way back up. And it's harder on the way up because this grade is pretty steep. You are pretty far below the earth when you found this little cavern with a rock in it. But eventually you're able to make your way back to the top, swim down through the pond, and re-emerge. Yeah, what's up, Ted?
Yeah, so is this just, like, map things, or is that rock and that tunnel, like, to scale?
The rock is to scale compared to you. It is actually, like, a good 10 foot in diameter and, like, 20 feet tall. It's huge. This cavern, this particular chamber, is roughly to scale. The part that's not to scale is there's, like, an extra 15 minutes of walking from this cavern back to the surface that just didn't fit on the map.
Right, but this tunnel gets very narrow at several places.
Yeah,
so
like this is only like 4 feet wide or so. Yeah.
So there's no way that this was dragged down here.
Certainly seems to be the case, yeah.
Okay.
Does the tunnel look like it was dug?
Say.
Does the tunnel look like it has been dug or excavated?
Give me perception. Give me a study check. Or if you have a more applicable tool here.
I don't have tools.
It looks pretty natural.
I'll have Marisec.
Sure. Yeah, looks pretty natural.
It's a shame Jargus isn't here. He's a pretty big tool.
Hey.
Hey.
Alright.
You guys are eventually, after another 15 minutes walking up, able to emerge back to the pond once more. As you emerge, the sun is kind of low on the horizon. You've probably got another 15-20 minutes left before sunset. Thalia sees you emerge and kind of like swims out and helps you out of the water. Foss, is everything okay in there?
I think so. Looks like the immediate threat's gone, but someone's going to have to stay and take care of this place.
The dragon, she seems to care a lot about it, but she's going mad, she says.
She said
Did
she'd
you
need
see
a
her?
replacement.
Did you see her?
Yeah, she came out for a little bit and talked. She
Where did you go?
She didn't want to hurt us if something went wrong, so she flew off.
It's quite unfortunate. I'd like to speak to her about.
Actually, she said she was just going to sun over there for a little while. If she did fly off, I really did offend her. Now I do feel sad.
Which way did you go?
He points.
Yeah, kind of over to the west.
Found a lot of important information, but I fear I must go find her before she gets too far. I shall be back, and then I'm going to I'm going to cast warp step, and then run and just keep doing that. So try to go as fast as I can to try to go after that direction.
Understood. Does anybody else go, or are you guys all staying behind and chilling for?
Oh, I also will give my new son to fetch as a babysitter.
Figure the best go.
Guys, are
Hopefully-
you gonna take them with you? Like, that's. Are you gonna feed them?
A fox bears a lot of responsibility.
You have to take them on a walk every day, even if you don't want to.
They just want to do the
Water
adopting
like
a monster part, but not the taking care of a monster part.
Right.
I was just going to put him to work, but whatever.
Look, I'm walking on water. I'm fossil Jesus.
Are Ruko and Baby Boy.
I'm booking it.
Book. Baby Boy probably arrives first, unless you wait for Ruko to catch up with you.
I want to make sure I get to her before she runs off.
You run for like a couple minutes. But it doesn't take long before you come over the crest of a hill, and you see that there's a clearing with some ruins of a castle. And it appears that she's just kind of sunning there. She's just chilling. She seems to be resting.
I'll like scurry up probably out of breath, like, Afef, give me a second. I had some questions for you.
Okay. I have to warn you, I lapse most often at night, and she kind of looks towards the sky.
I'll be quick. I found this letter. It mentioned a friend of yours, Arguminivis.
Arguminivex. What about him?
Whoever's up to this doesn't want him finding you. Apparently, him getting to you is bad for them. Since he's a necromancer, I don't know if he can help you or no. Where can we find him?
He's been a lot of help to me. His castle is to the east, maybe a day's flight, or she kind of looks down at you. 4 or 5 days on foot for you.
Could you get him tomorrow? I know that you'd be leaving your grove, but maybe we can stay for the day. You can go to him. Maybe he can help you.
You'll stay here. You'll watch it.
I might have to talk to the others. I can't speak for them, but I think Ross would want to anyways to try to get things back up. But if it means that you can keep guarding it, might be worth it.
Give. Trying to decide if a check is required here. Yes, okay. I think you're right. If what you guys have done here today is enough to keep it safe for a short time, and you'll watch it, I'll fly and talk to Arguminivex.
Okay. I have a few more things while we set up time. First off, and he's like, Bear, and then like his little anomalies come out. I've heard that you've seen others like this. We're able to help them. No?
About this time, Ruko does catch up. And sorry, Mare.
Mhm.
So what did you say about?
He left my. I said Mare, and then like my anomalies came out. A little gravitational anomalies, and I'm asking her if she's. I said she's helped people like this before.
Double checking notes. Checking notes.
I forget the name of the person. You sent it to me at some point.
Checking. Found it. Here we go. The two names that you got about people that have dealt with things similar to you are
It was an elf, and sorry, continue.
An elf and a human. Yeah, I was going to say. I think this is different people. Derek's and Circuit Amaket.
Yes, I just found it.
Perfect. Then that's very strange. It seems like unusual magic. You might speak to somebody. Most of the magic I do is natural. I don't recognize.
Yeah. These two that you helped, do you know? Yeah, if you remember them, I just was hoping that you had something, but if not, that's okay.
I'm afraid that I don't. I'm sorry.
Do you know how long ago that was?
Out of character. I don't think that the two names you were given had anything to do with a theft.
They.
You
did.
You were told.
He said he was going back to home to use his new power to help the kind dragon who spared his life. Oh, that person just spared his life. The dragon in the theft.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I want to ask her about that guy, Darix. Did he say where he got his help from?
Oh, it's been such a long time, but yes, Derek's was a traveler. He came through my garden at one point. He was being chased by some sort of monster. I helped him. It was brief, but he did some magic kind of like that. He didn't stay long, but he stayed in the garden for a night. I healed him and allowed him to rest.
Yes, it says the stories say that after he came back.
He visited me again.
Or at least he was going to try to. At least maybe he never found you.
Or maybe he did. Fuck.
Or maybe he didn't.
Maybe. No, I'm afraid that if he came back, I don't remember it.
You've been at this grove for a long time.
Oh.
The chrono twilight that's at the bottom.
The what?
Do you know about it? You know how there was the altars with the drawer. Was that always there?
Altars? No. What altars?
Oh, they were hidden in caves. Perhaps you never saw them.
Altars in the grove, in the garden.
Aye. They were illusionary, I guess. But they contained gems that opened a cave.
None of this rings a bell. I know that my mind has been hazy, but none of this seems right. There are altars in there. Big ones?
I am correct in calling them altars, right?
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, she doesn't seem to recognize it.
I'll touch her on the forehead and I'll use my cognitive thingy to share what I know.
Yeah, you kind of show these visions of what you guys just saw in there. And she kind of like recoils almost. And she looks down. That's not what that's what it looked like to you.
Aye.
Oh, it's so much worse than I thought.
What?
I should speak to Argument of X. This madness has progressed worse than I thought. I saw a damaged garden, but nothing like that. No. Thorns and there was
the thorns
barely
are gone now. We defeated the whatever that was, and the thorns went away.
Oh, thank you.
Are you going to be able to make it through the night?
I have made it through many nights. I worry for your safety. Perhaps I will start flying now, but I must warn you that even when I've tried to fly in the past, I just return to this place. I'll do my best.
Whatever you think will give the most likelihood of success. If it's best for you to sit here and wait, so you are better rested for tomorrow, then do so.
Yeah, I understand. I didn't realize how far it had already progressed. I can't take care of something if I don't even know what it looks like. I will go find Argumentavex. I'll leave tonight. Thank you, both of you, for everything you've done for this place. I never would have even known.
Of course.
She kind of looks to all of you, or to the two of you, and bows, and then she kicks up into the air. The wings spread, and she begins to fly up.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Luca. The sun was going down, and
That's fine.
I should try and get it as much as we can. We should get back. We have a lot to talk about. I've also told her to go to watch the grove to tomorrow, so she can. You were there for that part, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You guys are able to walk back up the hill and regroup with everyone.
I made an executive decision. Hope that's okay. I told FF that we would watch the grove tonight and tomorrow, so that she can try to get to Argumentavex as quickly as possible. He should be able to help her get this under control. It would have taken us 4 days, so I figured it was best. She may come back again tonight, though. She says she loses control at night, so we should be vigilant.
Oh, okay.
Guess that
She's
makes
good
sense.
during the day? Does the sun?
She's better during the day, I guess. Do I know any correlation between undeath and the sun and night, the day and night?
There's, give me a religion check.
What if I gave you something else?
You can give me something else. You might get worse results.
It's a -1 for religion.
Uh-huh. You could do society if you wanted to know about, like, stories that have been written about the undead.
I'll do a religion check. I'm assuming they're not occulty.
Nah, not really.
Is there a history of people resurrected by the seed of Moonlight's Prayer behaving weirdly at night?
Do you have any skill related to that? Do you have a lore skill?
I've got plant, old growth, folklore, and wildlife.
Oh, folklore. Give me folklore. Baby boy, you're not really sure. Foster,
Yeah.
You definitely know some stories of people who were brought back by the seed who did sometimes behave strongly at night near a full moon. They were like more vitalized. They felt good. They were energized. There were people who came back from the brink of death. People who are suddenly like feeling healthy even though they had a cold all week long. It just feels good for those people to be near the full moon or to be exposed to the full moon. But that's about it. It's not like they have other like maddened effects or anything like that.
Okay, cool.
Perhaps we could set up a camp for the night. I have lots of information that I need to go over with you guys.
Couldn't hurt. We're not too far away from the old ruins. There might still be some rooms there, but camp is also fine.
I told the vet that we would watch over the gardens tonight and tomorrow.
Oh, perfect.
I can sleep in the grove, considering I'm not going to get taken by a weird ghost skeleton dragon in my sleep.
Guess that's what you do. Maybe we should do some. We can split up a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Seems kind of dangerous, but
No, probably, but it might be just as dangerous to all sleep there and then
Ah, you're
have
right.
our risen friends turn on us while we sleep and kill us with pillows.
I
Seems wise.
think that's smart. I really am so sorry, but if you need to, like, I don't know, tie me up or something, I get it. You know, I always read books about werewolves, and I know this is not quite the same thing, but what I'm getting at is I don't mind being locked up for the night. It's fine. I don't want to hurt any of you.
The heck's a werewolf?
Oh, it's a man who's bitten by a lycanthrope in some stories. In other stories, it's a curse, and in other stories, it's like a genetic thing. But the idea is that when they're exposed to moonlight, especially a full moon, they turn into a weird wolf creature, and they go on a killing spree, and then they wake up in the morning unaware of what they've done. And they find all the bodies, and their grief. There's a lot of stories about it.
Oh,
The
unless
heck is
they're
a gene?
a werewolf. Like, you can't see him do a goofy smile, but I'm making a pun.
There are some stories about nice werewolves, but I think they're mostly fiction.
Those little freaks fetishizing monsters.
Who in the world?
Who would do that?
Anyways, I'm not going to sleep in either of these places.
I like your talking cat.
Really? Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean,
he's kinda
really?
usually people don't say they like him.
He eats kittens and things that shouldn't be eaten, and he's kind of a jerk sometimes, but he's pretty cool.
He's awesome.
Snakes eat rats, and foxes eat rabbits.
Vex is really a nice guy. He just sometimes.
His name is Tech. Oh my god, that's so cute. What's it mean?
Texas.
I think it's short for Texas. Just kidding.
Short for Textoris.
Taurus. Oh, that isn't that a big old name for such a fluffy little man?
Oh, he will eat you.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. You are cute though.
He's the most powerful spirit I've ever come across.
She gets a +1 on her recall knowledge checks against me, by the way.
Let's find out. What's that from? I'm curious.
I'll just post it.
Oh, amazing. Okay, yeah, let's find out. Oh wait, it would be after a time. There's no way. I'll give her like a roll just to see, but yeah. Well, she kind of like looks around. You know that hill is I don't know if you have a tent. It's only like 10 minutes that way.
We should probably start walking then.
Yep.
Before we all split up, I did want to share this information. It's pretty important. Some would say urgent. That person is me.
All right, what's up?
We found 2 letters in there. One of them was from our friend Argus Foxglove, and it was to this Pharonexer Vax. I'm not exactly sure what Argus is up to, but it was looking to have entire. He's trying to get some of the followers of the what's he called? The king, the Desolate King, to change sides to his side. Though he implies that perhaps he's even working with the Desolate King himself. Not sure.
That would make sense why Thalia had the Desolate King mark on her head when she was trying to jump on the Witherwing, or whatever it was called.
Mm-hmm. It also speaks of a dangerous necromantic ritual.
If we kill the Desolate King, will all the skeletons die?
I'm not really properly educated in the matters of skeletons and the undead.
That's a good question, though.
That's a good question. It seems that this Ferron, I'm going to call him because his name is probably too long. is after a chronomancy ritual. I'm wondering if perhaps the fact that this site has chronotriad here is, I'm assuming, to be quite significant. I believe that in order to do this ritual, they'll need someone such as myself. And furthermore, they need to be at me home, nowhere. Particularly because they are, as it says here, accurately, paradoxes are not paradoxes there. That cannot be, can't be.
That doesn't make any sense, but okay.
And it was also somehow still the most coherent sentence you've ever said.
He's trying to do magic that should not allow him to do what he is doing. Or perhaps break specific laws of the universe. But in nowhere, things are a little bit weird. But even so, the ritual itself requires forbidden knowledge that is harmful to know if you think about it too much. But fine if you don't. For example, Sketch, when we were in there, I read the book, but you weren't hurt, no? It's similar.
Wait,
sometimes
reading can hurt you? That's weird.
Not the reading, but if I would have acted. Suffice to say, sometimes if you want something done, you're not allowed to know how it's done. And I believe that he is after something like this. Ruko, do you remember when you tried to cast that spell on me a long time ago?
Yeah.
And then I vanished for a quick second.
Yeah.
Your necklace brought me back to nowhere. But when I was there, everything was grey. I reached out and touched something. It turned to ash. I think
sounds like Echo Vein nonsense.
It does, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't be Echo Vein. I wonder if I'm too late already. Or perhaps it's just a theory, but I'm thinking perhaps the Echo Fae had their planes frozen in time, so whatever was sickening was there, did not spread. But now that they're tired of just being sick and no one helping them, perhaps they're trying to unleash it upon everyone. And then again, I'm just thinking about I don't know why else you'd want a chronomancy ritual. Nowhere. It's all theory for now. Perhaps we'll need Jane. Suffice to say, I really want to get back to me home as quickly as possible. Perhaps after this, I can take the journey. And those of you who wish to come, Khan.
How do you spell that?
Spell which part?
Your home.
Nowhere. N-O, capital N, O, H, wait. Sorry. Capital N-O-W-H-E-R-E.
Seems like a missed opportunity.
That's how you spell it.
Yeah, bless you, Sketch.
No, the first two no's are silent.
What?
R. Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. Maybe.
I don't know. I can't spell.
I was gonna say he's the guy who wears a suit and has never went to school. I don't think he knows how to read.
I lived in a library, so it's like being at school.
The man has
All the
academia
books-
lore.
All the
like-
books you were looking at in the place had pictures, and I didn't see you reading any. Oh, I guess you read the notes.
Also,
Never
you talk
mind.
a lot about how all the stuff you know causes a lot of brain damage.
That's true.
That's very true, but it's fun.
If you damage the part of your brain that lets you know how to read, do you remember everything that you already read, or do you not remember what that is anymore because you can't read anymore?
Your brain doesn't read sketch, your eyes do.
I would just use the pedestal. It just puts it right in your brain. No reading necessary.
All right. We have a task. We have to recover this old grove. And in order to do so, we must replace that old undead dragon with a new spirit. Is that right?
No, that is what is being done right now. They're replacing the dead spirit with a different spirit who is here to take it over, away from FF. I believe that the motherfucker.
I think that's probably for the best, don't you?
The other one, the one who's replacing him is probably. This one says that it is more intelligent. This is the thing that's here is simply following commands. The one that is coming will have tact.
Wait, what's happening? You sent FF off to get replaced?
Oh my goodness. Okay, there are 4 dragons. FF, our friend. Argumentavex, her friend. The skeleton. And Ferdinandavex. Those 2 are like allies, but the skeleton's really stupid. He just kind of does what he's told. While Ferdinandavex is working with Argus and is attempting to take over this place. Away from FF.
Right.
So I sent out FF to Argumentavex because it's quicker than her to fly than it is for us to go 4 days and then walk him come back. To see if he can help her.
So we just need to stay here until she gets back tomorrow?
Yes, she might come back tonight, but if she comes back tonight, we just hide because she's rampaging. Or do we, like, calm her down? Like with chamomile tea or something? Thank you, Beth. Listen, I can't say words, and you made them all really hard.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
You also just mispronounced feck as fef, so...
True. Also, to dispel a point of confusion that I think just happened, Fef is experiencing some sort of a madness, she believes, and does kind of want to be replaced. She told Ruko, hey, go tell the Spirit Weavers that we need a replacement out here. I can't do this job anymore. That's true. However, the people who are trying to replace her are Farinexavac and Thrnaliak. So there are 2 angles happening on replacing FF. One by force and one voluntary with the Spirit Weavers.
Understood.
Right. So our task should be to find a powerful spirit to replace FF.
It's not a bad idea if she really thinks she needs replacing.
She's undead.
What if we ask that whole city to come here? The walking one just be like, you can live in the garden now. He's pretty big.
Huh?
What?
The walking city. Do you remember the city that was on the back of a giant?
You mean...
Hold on, am I thinking of a different campaign?
No, Sertune.
No, you're thinking of
Yeah.
Sertune?
Yeah, why don't we just bring Sertune here? Sertune can defend... It's a big spirit, no?
Well, it depends, but Sertune moves.
She can just walk in circles.
I also don't know that it works like that. It seems like whoever's in charge of all these old growth sites kind of handpicks who's taking care of them.
You'd also be moving our capital city / only city out of our country.
Oh, but it moves all the time.
Yeah,
Not out of the,
that would be seen as an invasion.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I think the problem with allowing the replacement to go as God just said, the asshole who just conquered this place. But also he's working with Argus, and that doesn't sound real good. Or maybe Argus wants to work with him? Regardless, that dragon wants to come into my home, and I said no.
Alternatively, we can stop Farinexavac and let the old growth take care of itself. Eventually, a spirit will come into power here.
But the Echo Fae might come back and just do weird shit again.
So I think it's a little more complicated than just waiting.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of waiting, but I think to a certain extent these places have to be taken care of.
In that case, we need to take down Fair and Exavac and replace FF with a proper spirit.
So some hefty goals. We'll have to find some more information before we can just do that. Do we know where? Is this the one that we know? Okay, there's so many dragon names. Farron
Yes.
Nexovac. He's the one that the other group was going to see, or they were going to be near him.
The other group was heading to Threnaliax's keep down here to the west.
Oh,
and I'm
the Threnaliax.
to,
Headed to, or did they just come from?
they are heading to Threnaliax.
Where did they? Okay, where did they go before? Because like when we first split up, they would somewhere else. Didn't they?
You guys all arrived down here in Gil. You split up there immediately. They went west to the capital city and then to Threnaliax. You guys went north along the Orange Road up to Oak Hamel and then the Vesper Ruin. Fair and Exavac is over here.
Oh, we're pretty close.
Yeah, it's like 3 days west, I think, roughly.
How terrifying.
Also, I forgot to do it. Okay. We're going to do a small retcon. Very small. Very small. Foster, you eventually went back in down to the Chronotririte. As you went into that cavern and approached the giant boulder of Chronotririte, you immediately began to feel thoughts intruding your head. And eventually, you hear Jane's voice in your head. Her voice says, Farinexavec has a book with information about time travel, accomplished by the dragon god Osias, and maybe also some information about a dragon, Lincoln Exris, called the Echo Tyrant. I need that information, and I'm hoping to meet you there, but if I can't, I'd appreciate it if you could look into that for me. And then you kind of like come to.
Did anybody else just hear Jane?
Jane?
Nope. Jade!
Sorry, that is a retcon, but that would have happened when you approached the Chronotririte.
Did you like
Okay.
the time crystal? That makes sense.
No,
I don't have a tongue.
All right. That's unfortunate. You have to. Can you like get a magic tongue? How do you talk?
Did you get a
I
shirt
did-
from me?
Wait, what did Jin say?
Jane said, and I'll repeat all that information to everyone.
Yeah, go tired, you say. Articus also go rid of that.
We're pretty close to Farinexavac. We could go look for this book once FF is back.
I think I know what book you're talking about. The Tome of the Echo Tyrant. Oh,
We should drive FF into battle against the Fairnexavac.
I think FF has been through enough. I think if her friend can help her at least stave off whatever this is, she's as good a guardian this grove has ever had for now.
what type of breath does an iron dragon have?
What a great question. Give me a Arcana check? Or a Society check?
They're the same.
I refuse to acknowledge the existence of an Iron Dragon.
Natural 20 for 21.
Oh, I love that you got this. They breathe fire. And on a natural 20 knowledge check about iron dragons, I'm just going to give you the rest of the spiel. I'm going to drag this boy out here. It's more fun if I show you. Iron dragons breathe fire because they're mostly made of metal and are closely related to the craft of forging and smithing. You would be aware that their iron scales can be superheated, and when they are superheated, they become like dangerous to touch, and their fire breath gets even more dangerous. However, while they are superheated, they become very susceptible to cold, and if you suddenly chill them, they get very brittle and weak.
Ah, good to know.
Yep.
Does rousing splash cool them down?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a huge favor?
Sure, what's it?
Can I know this because a dragon in my past actually breathed fire because I asked him to?
Sure, I like that. At some point, there was a dragon who came and visited, and he had iron scale. Foster.
Oh, I meant the one that from. I guess I don't know if rust would be the same. I assume rust would be also fire.
Yeah, rust is just so rust dragons are literally just old iron dragons.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about the old rust dragon.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah. Because I imagine Baby Boy was quite young when he came in and was like, breathe fire!
You know what? Sure. Kind of like a kid that is telling the trucker to blow his horn. You were like, hey, breathe fire. And he appeased you by breathing fire.
Yeah, then I spent the next 2 weeks running around pretending to be a dragon.
Perfect. Of course. Foster, you... Boy, oh boy. Give me your best spellcasting check.
Ooh, okay.
Which I think is either nature or occultism for you. I always forget.
I think it's nature. Comparing. Yeah, nature. I'll use a hero point. It's almost the end of the night.
Sure.
I'm going to regret that when a theft comes back in like 2 seconds and tries to kill us all.
You try, but you're not able to form any sort of a response to send. You're not able to connect magically.
Okay. Well, it sounds like our plan for tonight is pretty well set, but now it sounds like maybe Jane wants to meet us in Fairnexavax territory.
Why? Well, if we end up fighting the dragon, they do this thing where they like make their scales really red and hot. If you throw cold on them, it makes them brittle, or throw water on them, it'll make them brittle and we can hit them. But don't hit them when they're hot, because it'll hurt you. I'll be on group stays in the grove, since I'm not undead.
All right, one. Who else wants to go camp by the hill, if anybody? I know Foster and Thalia are heading that way.
Oh.
The alternative is staying here at the pond.
If they're not too foppish, I will
Are they gonna
camp
bone?
nearby.
We are
Is it
skeletons.
private?
Yeah, they're
No.
skeletons.
No, we're skeletons.
They're gonna bone, guys!
Oh my god.
Because they're skeletons.
All right, whoever wants to can drag your tokens over hither. I'll leave that up to you guys.
Having a high point is nice. Unless they're trying to get privacy, what's the vibe? I'll camp far-ish.
We're probably spending most of the night just talking, honestly. Neither of us needs to sleep that much. Like, I'll spend most of the night trying to catch her up on what I've been doing, and probably a lot of trying to figure out what the fuck we're going to do with her.
Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing. What's your story? What happened to you?
Well, after that night, Olin kind of led a bunch of us out into the woods and just kind of discarded us. And then sometime later, I woke up and the fort was in ruins and I didn't know what else to do, so I just started gardening. After a while of that, I didn't know at the time, but the old growth contacted me, and that's when Wildfolk joined me, and when I started presenting, magically, and then not too long after that, a nice traveler came by and offered to let me go with him, and he took us down to, oh my god, I can't think of the name of it.
Delamuerto.
Delamuerto, thank you.
Wait, you went to Delamuerto?
I did. I actually got a mask while I was there.
Holy shit, I was in Delamuerto.
Wait, when were you in Delamuerto?
Oh, fuck. It was, a couple years ago.
That's amazing. Sounds like you were there before me, but how long have you been awake for?
Oh, man. It was hazy, but it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I kind of lost track of time. I didn't really know much. I don't remember much. But
that sounds about right.
kind of did sort of the same as you. I woke up and I looked at the castle and the ruins, and I felt that I knew I should remember it, but I didn't. I remembered that I loved something about this place, but not the place itself. Whatever it was, it wasn't here anymore. But I remembered wanting to leave. I remembered wanting to leave all the time. I remembered this wanderlust. I wanted to go. I found one of my old books, and it jogged some memories. A story about faraway lands and gallant knights and heroes and villains and stuff.
I see. Well, it sounds like you've had quite a journey too.
Yeah. When I read that book, it was like being a kid again, right? I believed everything was real and possible. I didn't really even remember the concept of fiction for a little while. I read all those stories and I thought maybe they were really out there. So I set out. I wanted to go see all these things for myself. And then I learned what it's really like. It was a bit of a wake-up call. But I met a nice man, a skeleton like me, and he was kind enough to explain that books aren't real. He told me the way things really are. Some things are bad and sad, like war and dragons and people who hunt skeletons. We found that one out pretty early on. But then he also explained that some things are just kind of simple and mundane, like taxes and duty and arranged marriages, holding your tongue when someone's dress is a little ugly, even if it really is a little ugly, and if they asked you if they thought the dress was ugly, why would they ask you if they didn't want the answer? A lot of old memories came back while I was traveling with him.
Do you remember his name?
Yeah, well, I'm at first no, but I eventually was able to remember. It's Prospero. He was nice.
It's a small world. I've met him.
Really?
Yeah, he traveled with us for a while. Is he back at the guild right now? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's actually at the guild that I've been working for. Well, working with, I guess. Listen, Thalia, I'm a little lost right now because I don't know what to do. I feel like I can't leave these sites unattended. Somebody has to take care of them, or people like you and me we're gonna get caught in the crossfire again against whatever's going on. But I won't lie to you, it's dangerous. I don't want to leave you again, but I can't imagine putting you in harm's way.
She kind of looks to you and looks down, kind of shuffles a bit. I understand. Yeah, I mean, you have to do your job, right?
I don't know, maybe I don't. Maybe we could just sit on this hill until the world ends.
I think that maybe I would enjoy that for a day, and maybe even two. And then at the end of the second day, I would have the feeling that I needed to travel too. Maybe I won't go where you're going if it's dangerous, but we don't have to sit on this hill until the world ends. Maybe just tonight?
That sounds like the best thing I've heard in a long, long time.
Yeah. We'll figure out tomorrow when tomorrow comes. And all of that is going. Yeah, what you got?
Is this conversation here audible?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
up to you guys. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to keep it a secret or anything.
Can I just climb up onto Thalia's lap and?
Oh, look at you! She starts petting.
Why don't you
Why don't I what?
stay on this hill till the world ends?
Well, in truth, I don't know if I'm made to stay in one place, right? When I found him, he was traveling, and he told me that there's good stuff in the world too, right? There's just as much adventure to be found in the real world as there were in my book. He just said it looked different. You had to know where to find it. And he said if I didn't believe him, I could follow him and see for myself. And so, this is kind of a long story. Do you guys have time for a long story right now?
All night.
All right. Well, I followed him for a little while. Away from this place, he took me east over to the Jodalak, and he showed me giants with scythes as big as a boat. Have you seen a giant?
A few.
Oh my god.
You have to be careful with him.
Bones, right, the bread, yeah. He told. In the Hiddlens, he showed me a cliff so tall that you couldn't see the bottom of it. It was just fog and mist after a while. And in the Demon Pass, he showed me a lizard made entirely of silver with 17 legs. And he told me that it's strange to see 17 legs on a beast because, well, some sort of mathematics or something. And I told him that all those things were fine, and I suppose that they were fantastic in their own way, but they didn't feel like my stories. And even if they did, I could really only see one wonder every so often. He said he was a great adventurer, and even in his life of adventure, in truth, it was mostly just walking, riding, sleeping, clatter of silver as we paid for things, and smell of horses as we rode along boring roads. You know what it's like for your first smell as an undead coming back to life to be horse shit? It sucks. It sucks. Negotiating with tollmen as we passed through borders. It was boring. It's mundane.
Horse shit doesn't smell.
What?
Cow shit smells. Horse shit doesn't smell like anything.
What? Horse shit
Dry.
smells? What? No, horse shit smells. It smells like horse shit.
It's true.
Anyway, I told him that I was, well, I guess, disillusioned, unhappy. I thought if this was all life had to do, then what's the big deal? And he said maybe that I would find what I was looking for in Unma, in Delamuerzo. He took me to Delamuerzo, and the people there, they told stories like my stories. Not like his stories, but, you know, fantasy, adventure, action, and thrill. And he was right. I did love it. I loved it tremendously. For a little while. I had a little yellow house on the steps, and I would go watch the plays, and I even joined the game of Mass for a little while. But after a while, that felt empty too. I felt like maybe I was cursed, or born in the wrong world or something. I read about all those adventures, and it felt hollow because I wasn't living them. And when I went out living them, I felt hollow because the real world wasn't as big as the world in my head. And eventually, Prospero said that he was going to go out again. And it wasn't until he left that it suddenly made sense. When he came to say goodbye to me, he gave me a book. It was an almanac full of beasts and plants and fantastic places. And I told him thank you and that I was glad to have been with him for some of those adventures. And he told me that those weren't the adventures that we went on. This book, it was just his old book, the one he died writing. And he told me that in some ways he's happy to have spent his life doing all that, but in other ways he regretted it. And he set down a second book, or just a collection of notes, really. He used some magic to make a copy of the things that he had written while we were traveling. And inside of that, instead of beasts and plants and fantastic places, it was stories about ordinary, mundane people. I thought it was boring at first, but I read it anyway over the following night. And each night, as the game of masks got drearier, the book grew more interesting. In Jodalak, he told a story about how one of the giants invited us in from the rain and introduced us to her husband, and their daughters, and the sheep they kept on the hill, and how one of the daughters confessed that she had taken a fancy to a plump little human boy at tithe of her stature around Riverbend, and how she was worried that her father would disapprove or her sister would make fun of her, but even the thought of their disapproval brought her some sort of a tingling nervous joy. In Abelbend, he wrote a story about the adult boy who was trained to be a farrier, and how he messed up one of our horse's shoes 3 times before he finally got it right. and bent half a dozen spikes along the way. But how his eyes gleamed when afterwards he hammered all the bent spikes back into shape and marveled with pride at how good he had become at unbending the spikes that he had bent. He fancied he was the best spike unbender that there ever was, and with each horseshoe that he mucked up, he only got better at straightening bent spikes. He said each night he'd take the unbent spikes back to his mom and he'd give him a copper piece for each one, tell him that she was proud of him. In the Demon Pass, he wrote a story about the annoying toll man who wouldn't take our coin without the proper papers, which Prospero had apparently never heard of and didn't really think were real. But later that night, we spent the night in camp by the bridge, and the toll man came over to drink with us and play cards. And in the dead of night, the toll man confessed that the rule was real, but he thought it was rubbish, and he'd likely let us pass in the morning. But apparently his foreman was visiting, trying to evaluate him. He said that if he got a promotion, he could transfer back to some other bridge a little farther north, and he'd be nearer to his son again, who he hadn't seen in 3 or 4 years. And then, at the very end, I hit the last story. In Del Muerto, Prospero wrote about a girl who was so plagued with wanderlust and discontentment that she made and broke 24 masks in half as many weeks. And each time she would break a mask and start a new one, she would complain that the genre of her old one was wrong, or the villain wasn't right, or the campaign was too dreary, or she just wanted to be part of a different story. And he asked the girl why each of her new masks always had flowers on it, and she said she hadn't even realized it. And he wrote that he secretly knew the truth, because he had the same invisible yearning in his own heart every time he saw a little black cat, or a crutch, or a mediocre fisher's pie with too much butter. And he wrote that even if he wasn't there to see it for himself, the girl would eventually understand why her stories always felt empty. And so I left to see if I could find what I was missing. Well, and she puts a hand on you.
I've missed you so much.
Then why don't you stay here?
Because it sounds to me like my flower has to travel. Maybe that's the way of things. Maybe some people aren't just meant to sit still.
Flowers don't move. They take root. Or they're content.
Maybe the metaphor falls apart after a while, I guess. But maybe someday I'll go back to that little yellow house and be content. When I'm older. Although I don't know if getting old is a thing anymore.
Did he ever talk about his family?
A little. He was hazy about it, like he didn't remember either. He always got this weird look in his eye when he saw people with a chair or a crutch. I think that jogged a lot of his memories. He had a thing for little black cats. He had a thing for seafood. And every time we would smell it, I could see that he was remembering something. You've had visions, I assume, and she looks over to you, Foster. I can see it when people are having memories flood back.
Sorry, I lost you for a second there. What'd she say?
Essentially, she was just mentioning that she can tell when other skeletons are regaining memories through a memory.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
Prospero occasionally had these memories when he came across certain things.
Having their That's So Raven moment.
Yeah, essentially. He said when he was leaving that he thought he had remembered enough to go find his family. He told me that after all of those years, maybe fantasy isn't about finding the extremes, the crazy places, the knights and villains and heroes. Maybe it's always been about the familiar things, the mundane things, the everyday people, seeing how they grow upwards and cling towards each other in the wake of things they can't control. And he said that maybe he could finally have a little control if he would just grow in the right direction. And so he left behind all of his writing stuff. He took a few dozen fans who refused to go anywhere without him, but he said it was safer to travel in numbers. Secretly, I think maybe he just feels uncomfortable without an entourage, but he's a weird fellow.
What about his old books? Did he ever write about them?
He left one of them with me. I think it was his latest one, the one he was working on when he died. He said he did a whole lot more like him. He was a researcher. He did almanacs, I think.
Yeah, but his book about mundane people, did he ever write another one?
Oh.
About his family?
I don't know. Maybe. He left me those notes. It wasn't even published yet at the time. He literally just kind of copied them for me. I think he was going to try to turn it into a book of stories about people. I hope he writes another one, though. In truth, I hated it at first, but by the end of it, I thought it was much more interesting than his almanac. Do you know him?
In passing.
You did know him, right? You're a little black cat. What's the deal?
I killed him.
You... Oh. Oh my god. What? He never talked about what... Why did you kill him?
Lamada.
Yeah, but why? I know he was talkative. He was a little bit pompous, but... Why'd you kill him?
I killed everybody that came into my swamp.
You're not just a little black cat, then.
I'm a lot less than I was. He got his, though. Thanks to his progeny that I'm stuck in this form.
Ah.
And he didn't even have the courtesy to stay dead, so...
No.
I guess he had the last laugh.
I don't know if he would consider it a last laugh. I don't know if this form is really an improvement, but at the very least, he kept going. You should talk to him.
Maybe.
I don't...
Why don't you stop?
Stop traveling?
Yeah. You have what you want. This is what you wanted, right? You two wanted to be together. So why don't you just stay here and be together?
She kind of looks to Foster a little bit. It sounds like he has work to do, and I don't know if I can stay in one place without going crazy.
I think it's more complicated than that. I mean, you know better than most that nobody's just one thing. I'd love to sit on this hill and never leave, but that's not fair to Thalia. She wants to travel, and I don't know, that's part of being together is growing together.
Then travel.
Together, yeah. I think part of all of this, part of what I wanted is to always have something new, but to always have something old and familiar with me. I think that's all I could ever ask for. Everything in the world, and one thing that's mine.
I couldn't have said it better myself. A little piece of home to keep with you while you travel the world.
You watch as she suddenly locks up, and there begins to be a glow across her forehead. And she clenches her fists, and her jaw tightens, and she shakes her head, and the symbol fades. Sorry. Not tonight.
Just her. This is kind of a weird question. I don't feel anybody trying to take over.
No. Negative.
Intriguing.
I think there's at least one other reason we couldn't just stay here all the time, but one night.
We're gonna fix this. He doesn't own us. We're not just tools that he gets to use and throw away.
I don't know if I'll ever know how to swing a sword or cast magic, but if you fuck him up, I'll be there. I'll do what I can.
That's all I need.
Or what you got? You got
I need to roll thing.
Understood. Yeah.
That's probably not what I should be rolling for this, but just what's it like? What's it feel like right now?
A lot of things. Uncertainty. I'm scared. I'm anxious. I'm nervous. I'm excited too. I gotta admit, this is the most excitement I think I've ever had in my entire life. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe I understand why my parents told me that I could not go out and be an adventurer.
What's it like being together?
Oh. Well, it's the security of knowing that even though I'm nervous right now, I'll still be here in the morning, and I'll have what matters to me. I know that the change... I know I'll have a piece of me in the morning, I guess, is the best way to put it. The world can do whatever it wants, and it'll be weird, and it might be scary, but I'll still be here. I'll survive. I'll make it through.
Yeah, it feels like whatever happens, I know that will persist. I feel alive.
You both died together, killed each other, and you still want to pursue something like this, knowing that it could end in unimaginable pain again.
Well, I mean, the alternative is that we go our separate ways and never see him again, and I think that's probably worse.
Part of love is taking risks, you know? The risk to be vulnerable and to open yourself up to necromancers making you kill your wife. I guess the way I look at it is the journey's going to be scary and unpredictable and could end up horrible no matter what happens, whether we had each other or not, but I'd much rather do it with her by my side.
How do you... Never mind.
Textoris. Tech. Little Texas. Little cute Texas.
Don't call me that. Any of that.
He
Textoris.
really will eat you. I've seen him eat people.
Okay, alright, I won't call you Texas. I won't
I
call
don't
you
eat
cute
people.
little Texas. Have you... You've never felt it?
Not really.
Huh. Well,
I don't know if he got to my part of his book. I'm a daemon made from the tragedy of a genocide. The only things that I've ever been able to feel are rage and a need for vengeance.
well,
And you know what? I feel it every single day, and at night, I dream of all of the atrocities that happened, and I see all of the faces of all of the people responsible, and every single fucking one of them has been dead for years, and there isn't a single goddamn thing I can do about it.
she kind of shrinks a little. That sounds very frustrating.
Now, I'm stuck in this miserable catsuit, and I can't feel the only thing I have ever felt. It's a need for revenge and anger. And the worst thing that has ever been done to me was stuffing me into this catsuit. And the person who did it, I can't feel any of that towards them. There's not a single hint of anger or a need for revenge. And I don't know how to deal with that.
She kind of... She has like a forlorn sadness, but there's a cock of her head when you mention that you can't hate this person. Have you talked to them about it?
Of course, I don't even know why I'm talking about this with you.
Because you feel like you need to. That means something. It's a start.
Why would I need to talk about something like this?
Because the only way to grow is learn, and the only way to learn is talk. I don't know what happened between you two. I don't know anything about putting people into cat suits. But if you feel like you should be mad at someone, and yet you can't be mad at them, that's a classic sign that you are either being manipulated or you care about them. And either way, you want to get to the bottom of that, right? If I can learn to smell without a nose and talk without a tongue and see without eyes, maybe, and she puts a couple of little skeletal fingers against your tiny little cat heart, maybe you can learn to have other feelings too.
Did you have to talk to learn how to smell?
I had to try to smell. I only learned that that works because Prospero told me.
God, you people are infuriating.
God bless Tech.
Yeah. I'm gonna go chew on my stick for a little bit.
Love it, love it.
Take my 1 hour nap to finally recover from the boiling rage that he's still feeling from using his thing.
It is late. We're going to wrap up here soon, but I did want to make sure I'd get at least one other point across because we're about to have a big break, and I want to be able to sort out some things over the course of that break for when we come back. We have another hand raise from... Oh, just kidding. So real quick, Ruko, as you are asleep, you receive another dream message. You just received one last night. You know what the spell is. You receive these pretty frequently. You recognize this immediately as the dream message spell. And you see Jane, who essentially tells you the exact same message that Foster received earlier, while awake, mind you. Fair Nexavec has a book with information about time travel, accomplished by the dragon god Osias, and maybe also some information about a dragon, Lincoln Extras, called the Echo Tyrant. I need that information, and I'm hoping to meet you there, but if I can't, I'd appreciate it if you could look into that for me. You wake up remembering this message loud and clear.
You definitely committed more to the Wix's accent this time.
I did. I kind of phoned it in on the first time.
The Echo Tyrant, you say? What the? What do I wake up sleepy, scrambling my memory. What's the? Do I know anything about the Echo Tyrant? Just before I research.
Real quick.
Yeah.
It's not important at all, but it is important. Is there a limit to the words of the message that she could send?
What a great question. Let me go find out.
I don't think so.
I just want to know if she could have opened with "Morning, y'all."
Morning, y'all.
Rise and shine, sleepyhead.
You get roughly a minute of speech, or roughly 150 words. So yeah, she probably could. Either way, when you wake up, you do see that Foster is still awake, just kind of talking to Thalia over there.
He's alive. Well, he's sort of alive. I'm used to saying that. All right, I want to try to figure out my memory. Can I roll something?
So my default here would be society, like the history of avarice would be most appropriate. But if you have other skills that might be applicable, you could give me those.
Man, I think I took a specialty in it.
You have Bardic Lore. You can use Bardic Lore for literally anything. You could give me an Echo Fate check, but give me that and also give me Bardic Lore.
Okay, I'm looking for my Echo Fate. Whatever, let's just roll Bardic Lore. There's this.
That is pretty good. Effectively a 26 on applicable lore. You've done Bardic studies, and because of your Bardic lore and your training, you have definitely been told that the Echo Tyrant is the name of an old ancient dragon in Avarice, over to the west, the country that bordered Blumithil to the west. He is of tremendous historical importance. That is obviously not his real name, but you're not permitted to know or speak his real name. It is kept secret. The fact that Jane told you his real name indicates that there's probably some weird shit going on. It's unusual to you that Jane would know the real name of the Echo Tyrant. Approaching it from a magical perspective, or is it tied to the Echo Fae perspective, I don't think you know of any for sure connections, but the fact that he's named the Echo Tyrant certainly seems to suggest he's got, he might be related to it somehow. I don't think you know of concrete connections, but you have an inkling that they might be connected somehow. But the important thing is it's a big, old, powerful dragon who the dragons of Avarice have tremendous reverence for. an almost like mythological figure.
Weird. Okay, this is.
You would also know that although you cannot respond immediately to that spell, if you cast a dream message right now, it would return to her, presumably when she sleeps.
I'll put on my best Texan accent, appear in her dream, riding a bull with a hat, and say "Okie dokie," then vanish within like a millisecond.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. All right, let's get to the other hand raises real quick, just to make sure things are wrapped up. Loosh, what you got tonight?
If we're wrapping up, I might have to wait until next time. I wanted to have a one-on-one conversation with Sketch, which is convenient because we're the only two people who went to the
We
Old
can
Grove.
do that. If you guys are both here for another 10 or 15 minutes, we can absolutely do that.
I mean, it's up to you. I have no problem with waiting.
I'll let you two decide.
Drop mine.
If people got to bounce, that's totally fine.
We just had one heavy scene, so I don't know if we want another.
Yeah, we'll start the next one with the scene.
Understood. We'll do a heavy scene next time.
Bonding.
All right, perfect. We'll go and wrap up here. Then we'll pick up not next week, in like 3 weeks. Yeah, big long.
4, because it'll be the other group first.
True. So I'll work with you guys over the course of the break to figure out what your plans are. You guys have essentially finished your mission here. It's up to you if you're continuing to Farinexavac or to Arguminifax.
I guess it's really going to depend on this state that a theft comes back in.
Right. Okay, excellent. We'll sort things out. We got plenty of time to kind of like play things out and figure out what the next series of missions is going to be.
I had a thought. She said it takes her a day to get there, so she won't be back for 2 days then.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Plus, presumably, any amount of time that it takes for them to actually do whatever they're doing over there.
Yeah, I guess we can have some foster some. We can all garden together.
True.
Gardening montage.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll talk over the break about plans and timing of things.
Can we? I'm assuming that Fetch took all the little fox boys with him.
That's up to you. What do you do with?
I wouldn't know. I don't think I want to bring them back into the growth thing.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. forest with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brother's blood. We stopped every ocean till they ate up our shores. Eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heaven's a hell. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men